Well, good morning, Angus Juniors, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 Showdown Show, the 25th Canadian Junior Angus Show. And we begin with a new class today in our show, the Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. And so this show is part of our show, this class. We have two splits, and it is judged 50% on confirmation by our judge in the ring today, and also 50% on EPDs. And so at this time, we would like to welcome to the ring the first class. 131 is Austin Youngman with AJA Zella 408M. 144, the entry from Lexi Dietrich, is Red Rich Firefly 141M. 219, the entry for Jessica Davey, Red McGowan Miss Young 78M. 166 is the entry from Joran Fry, Fryburn Blackbird 36M. 185 is the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Glass 53M. 223, the entry for Kylie Lange, Cudlow Princess 118M. 116 is an entry for JW Murray Magnolia 4M. 124, an entry for Austin Potts, JT Rosebud 99M. 123 is an entry for Will Bradford, Little Valley Madge 410. And 127, the entry for Eva Niznik, is Cudlow Mistress 102M. This is the first of two splits in our Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. For this class, these heifers will be competing for cash and prizes, and we need to thank our sponsors for this class. They are Allflex, Cudlow Bangus, and Cudlow Bangus West, both of Stavely, Alberta, and Zooitis. So thank you so much to the sponsors for this new class in our Showdown show. And at this time, I would like to introduce to you the gentleman who is adjudicating the confirmation for this class. It gives me great pleasure to welcome to the ring Mr. Mike Zoller. Mike and his wife Jade operate Pyro Red Angus just 15 minutes south of Stettler, together with their two children, Raina and Isla, and parrots, Puce and Rosemary. They run roughly 240 registered purebred Red Angus cows, and along with a handful of blacks. They have their annual bull sale right here in this very building every third Friday in March, together with Peashel Farms. The major focus at Pyro is what their commercial customers need and what the overall markets are demanding. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Mike Zoller. Let's put our hands together and welcome him. And I also would like to just mention the gentleman who adjudicated the EPD portion of this Heifers of Distinction Jackpot was Mr. Austin Cross. And Austin is not able to be with us today, but I would like to still give information to you and some comments that Austin had. And so Austin Cross and his family operate a 1,000-head commercial cow operation throughout the foothills. They sell commercial feeder calves and yearlings annually based on phenotype, and the proven genetic potential of their 100% Angus sired herd has earned them return buyers and premiums year after year while ensuring a smooth and efficient operation. Comments from our judge, Austin Cross. He said the judgment criteria was weighted on EPDs that influence live calves' performance and carcass quality, including calving ease, birth weight, yearling weight, carcass weight, marbling, and the Canadian Breeders' Index. These traits are important to the producer, feedlot, packing plants, and end customer. EPDs are expected progeny differences. Put simply, the primary objective of EPDs is to give the producer another tool to evaluate expected differences in progeny. EPDs are a tool that can be used in conjunction with phenotype to select higher quality animals. In a sale situation, it is invaluable in assigning value to breeding animals, ensuring a return on investment. It also provides the producer assurances that the animal is free from genetic defects. In our operation, we use EPDs to take environmental factors out and see a clearer picture of what we can expect from a bull's progeny, reaffirming our eye and ensuring we continue to provide our customers a quality product that will perform, finish, grade, and for our ease of operation, produce live calves unassisted. The power of EPDs can be seen in our herd while maintaining a pulling rate below 1% in our heifers and a near zero in our cow herd, all the while improving gain, overall animal size, and carcass quality. The main importance of EPDs is we are able to identify sires that have great maternal and terminal traits. There are few bulls that are able to do both. That importance can't be understated. So with that being said, I graded the heifers on a scale of 50, blind of pedigree, ownership, and phenotype. Hopefully the judging can provide insight into selecting breeding stock for purchase in commercial operations. So thank you to Mr. Austin Cross for adjudicating that portion of our heifer of distinction. Juniors, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready for some comments on this first split of the Heifer of Distinction Jackpot. Judge Mike Zoller.
Well, good morning, everybody. I was when Thomas asked me to judge, I was a little hesitant at first. I've never judged once in my life, and I've never been really on the mic ever. So this is all new to me, and you know, watching these juniors yesterday when they're judging competition, it was amazing to watch them. The confidence they had that I wish I had right now. They were professional, and you know, I really wish I would have grown up maybe in these judging competitions. Sure, very professional. It's refreshing to see these kids do that. We start off this class with this red heifer up front here. You really got to appreciate her for her bold Springer rib. She's real sound on the move. I really like her foot quality. Yes, she could be maybe a little more angular up in through her neck, a little more extension there. But you know, we live here in Canada, not down in the States, and these are the type of females that work for us here. Get down to second place here. A female that's extremely eye-appealing on her side profile. She's a deep Springer rib. She's wide over that top and in her loin. Ties in beautifully in behind her shoulders. A female that's maybe a touch too much condition for me, and her back left foot, I don't know if she's maybe a little sore today. She gets a little soft in her back left. Get down to third here. Female that's very angular up into her front end. She's great on the move. Very clean fronted. Really like how she patterns in behind her shoulders and through her rib cage and through her hind quarter. Maybe a female that's maybe got a touch too much condition for this time of year. Get down to fourth here. A little plainer sided heifer, but you gotta really appreciate how fresh she is. Female will probably work tremendously down the road and will probably look the part come later this fall. Like to maybe give her a little bit more heel, a little more depth in her heel there. But overall, very, very fresh looking female. Get down to fifth place here. Female, it's also one of the freshest one in class here. She'll look pretty darn good this fall as well. Maybe gives up a little more frame than the heifers above her. Thank you.
Good.
Yeah. That half decent.
Thanks, Mike. Awesome. Awesome. Good job. Thank you, Mike. And so placings in that first split of our Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. First place was 144, Red Rich Firefly, 141M for Lexi Dietrich. Second was 166 for Jordan Fry, Fryburn Blackbird, 36M. Third in class was 123 for Will Bradford, Little Valley Madge, 410. Fourth in class, Austin Potts with JT Rosebud, 99M. Fifth was JW Murray with Murray Magnolia, 4M. Sixth was Kylie Lange. Seventh was Liam Richards. Eighth in class was Ashton Youngman. And ninth in class was Eva Nisnik. 10th in class was Jessica Davey. We now move into the second and final split in our Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. First in, Show number 111, the entry for Sage Buchanan with Gold Bar Heroin 107M. 110, the entry for Casey Buchanan, Gold Bar Echo 101M. 202 is the entry for Callahan Findlay, Willow Valley Missy 9M. 121, the entry for Nathan Daw, Willow Valley Blossom 8M. 147 is an entry for Addison Newman, Red Shiloh Lady 18M. 154, the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Delia 112M. 170 is the entry for Oliver Kyle, Red Kenray Freya 15M. 210 is the entry for Percy King, JT Aerolite 96M. 115 is the entry for Nevada Murray, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M. 126 is an entry for Sarah Nisnik with Cudlobe Effie 131M. So this is the second and final split of our Heifers of Distinction jackpot. Ladies and gentlemen, we now will ask our confirmation judge of the Heifers of Distinction, Mr. Mike Zoller, for some comments on this second split.
Well, a little tougher class here. We start off this class with this black heifer up front here. She's extremely fresh into her front end. I really like her skull shape. She carries in nicely into that deep chest and to that forerib. I like her spring of rib and how she carries herself into her loin and into her back quarters. Extremely nice on the move as well. We get down here to the second place heifer. She's probably the deepest sided, the fanciest faced or sided heifer here today. She's deep in that forerib. She's wide over her top. I really like her. She's maybe a touch too much condition for me today. I'd like to stretch her out just a tick for her volume as today. Get down here to the third place heifer. The performance heifer here in this group. She screams cow to me all day long. Gotta appreciate her size and her sheer volume. A cow that's probably gonna wean a calf that you're gonna be proud of in the fall. I like her bone structure and her big massive front foot on her. Maybe gets a little bit rough in through her neck. Maybe a little too much bone in through her front end. Real nice female. Get down here to the fourth place heifer. Maybe the smallest one here in the group, but you know she's quite correct in her angles. Maybe gets a bit too straight-legged for me today. Maybe like to see a little bit more frame to her, but she's got a long ways to go till in the fall. Down here in the fifth place heifer, you got to appreciate her, how deep she is in that forerib and how long-bodied she is. On the move, she may be a touch short-strided. I'd like to maybe pull her down the flank as well a bit today. She's going to mature into a nice cow as well. Thank you.
Good job, sir. You need these back, Michael, or? In our second Class 2 of the Heifer of Distinction Jackpot, first place in this class for confirmation, entry 110 for Casey Buchanan, Gold Bar Echo 101M. Second in this class was 210 for Percy King, JT Aerolite 96M. Third in class, 111 Sage Buchanan with Gold Bar Heroin 107M. Fourth was 202 Callahan Findlay with Willow Valley Missy 9M. Fifth was 147 Addison Newman, Red Shiloh Lady 18M. Sixth was 154 Luke Henderson with LLB Delia 112M. Seventh in class was 115 for Nevada Murray, Golden Oak Magnolia. Eighth in class was 121 Nathan Daw with Willow Valley Blossom 8M. Ninth was 170 for Oliver Kyle, Red Ken Ray Freya 15M. 10th in class 126 Sarah Niznik with Cudlow Beffy 131M. Now returning to the ring, we have the top 5 from each of the 2 classes. From Class 1, returning 144, Lexi Dietrich with Red Ridge Firefly 141M. Also returning 166, Jordan Fry with Fryburn Blackbird 36M. Third from that first split was 123 for Will Bradford, Little Valley Madge 410. Fourth in that class was 124 Austin Potts with JT Rosebud 99M. Fifth in that class was GW Murray with Murray Magnolia 4M, show number 116. From our last class, the second class, first in that class we had 110 for Casey Buchanan, Gold Bar Echo 101M. Second in class there was entry 210 for Percy King, JT Airlight 96M. Third in that second class was 111 for Sage Buchanan, Gold Bar Heroin 107M. Fourth in class was 202 for Callahan Finley, Willow Valley Missy 9M. Fifth in class was 147 for Addison Newman, Red Shiloh Lady 18M. This is the champion drive for confirmation in our Heifers of Distinction jackpot. Once again, this class being judged 50% on confirmation and 50% on the EPDs that were judged prior to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready for some comments on this final drive for confirmation in the Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. Judge Mike Zoller.
Thanks, Bill. You know, you guys are probably getting lame or tired of my lame comments here, but on these heifers here, I've said what I've had to say there in the class before that, so I'm just going to leave it at that. But I got one thing to say about the cattle and maybe the industry here. We as producers, as seed stock producers, we need to listen to what our commercial guys and our buyers and markets demand. We get maybe too caught up what happens in the show ring, maybe too often, and we got to listen to what the actual beef industry needs. The industry and the market and the steers that are selling today, they got volume, they got size, they got length of body and frame. That's where the feedlots can hang the pounds on, and I think that's very important. What happens in the show ring is just one man's opinion, and sometimes we get a little sidetracked in chasing banners or listening to one man's opinion on stuff like this. Further said, I'd like to congratulate the top two heifers here. I think they'll make great cows. They'll work in this industry. They got lots of rib, lots of volume. They're very sound and still fresh enough for this time of year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. And yeah, how about a round of applause for Mr. Mike Zoller for adjudicating this class for us. And so your final results for the confirmation for the Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. First place, 144, Lexi Dietrich with Red Rich Firefly, 141M. Second in this class was entry 110 for Casey Buchanan, Gold Bar Echo, 101M. Third was entry 210. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, just flipping my sheets here, but yeah, third in class was 210 for Percy King, JT Airlight, 96M. Fourth in class was 166, and that was the entry for Jordan Fryburn Blackbird, 36M. Fifth in class was entry 111. 111 is entry for Sage Buchanan, Gold Bar Heroin, 107M. Sixth in class was 123. 123 is entry for Will Bradford, Little Valley Madge, 410. Seventh in class was 202. The entry for Callahan Findlay, Willow Valley Missy, 9M. Eighth in class, 124. The entry for Austin Potts, JT Rosebud, 99M. Ninth in class was 116. The entry for GW Murray, Murray Magnolia, 4M. And 10th in class was 147. That was the entry for Addison Newman, Red Shiloh Lady, 18M. That concludes the confirmation of our brand new class, the Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. I am not certain, but I believe there will be tabulations and they will put the EPD placings in, and I will have some results at a further time during the show. I currently don't have the placings from the EPDs, so With that class completed, that now moves us to the confirmation classes of our 2025 Showdown show. And we will begin with our Pee Wee division, and heifer calves will be the first class there. And so at this time, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the gentleman who will be adjudicating the remainder of our show. We're very fortunate today to have with us Mr. Toby Noble. And so Toby grew up on the family farm just outside of Lloydminster, Black Gold Simmental. Toby attended Hutchinson Community College in Kansas and was a member of the livestock judging team there. Toby is currently working full-time on the farm, where they run 400 head of full-blood and purebred Simmental cows with a handful of the good ones, Angus ones, mixed in there as well. Their annual bull sale is held the second Saturday of March, and the female sale is the second Thursday of October. Ladies and gentlemen, would you put your hands together and help me welcome Mr. Toby Noble. We now welcome to the ring our Pee Wee Division heifer calves. 107 is the entry for Jameson Hunker, DMM Blackbird 142N. 187, the entry for Emily Lillian Richards, Crooked Creek Tibby 17N. 200 is an entry for Wrigley Dietrich, Red Rich Classified 1N. 213, the entry for Amos Wilson, DMM Georgina 7N. And 153, the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Glenella 4N. Our Pee Wee heifer calves. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been informed that there are still banquet tickets left for this evening, so if anyone needs a banquet ticket, the banquet will be held right over here. If you need a banquet ticket, they are still available, and I believe Belinda and some of the Angus Juniors will have those tickets back toward the back. If you see, Belinda's currently carrying the cash box, and so when you see wherever that cash box is, if you need banquet tickets, go and see the Angus Junior member or Belinda, whoever's there, and there are banquet tickets still available to be purchased. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to introduce to you the two individuals who are working in the ring today. We'll be putting on many miles as our ringmen. Thank you to Bailey Dietrich, past Angus Jr., and Julie Sharp, another longtime Angus Jr. and exhibitor at Showdown as well. So thank you to Bailey Gus Dietrich and Julie Sharp for providing our ring duties. And thank you as well to Blake Martin and Darcy Oleski, who are doing the marshalling out back and will make our show run very smoothly. So thanks to Blake and Darcy as well. Let's put our hands together for all the volunteers. Good, good. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
You too, you too. I guess we're not placing these, so I'll just talk about
They're all first, eh? Yeah, awesome, awesome. Comments on the Pee Wee Heifer calves. Judge Toby Noble.
Well, good morning, everyone. Pretty excited to be here today to spend the day with you at your Canadian Angus Junior show. And I think if this is any inclination on how the rest of the day is going to go, it's going to be awfully good. We have a lot of really good Pee Wee showmen out here. Not only are they doing good, but you actually look at the quality of these calves, and they are some really nice heifers. All of these members are doing a really nice job, and I think it's pretty impressive to see. Not one of these kids, this is their first year showing. They've all been doing it for a year or two or three, and I think that's pretty cool to see the youth involvement. So let's give them a big round of applause. An awesome class to start the day.
Thanks a lot, Toby, and great job there, Pee Wees. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize some of our show sponsors that make this show possible. They're noted in your program booklet, but we need to recognize our platinum sponsors, the Alberta Angus Association, Allflex, Belvin Angus, Borison Marketing Services, Camel Cattle Company, Canadian Angus Association, the Canadian Angus Foundation, DLMS, LLB Angus, Moose Creek Red Angus, and Redrich Farms, all of our platinum sponsors for the show. And I will try to help recognize more sponsors as we go throughout the show. We now welcome to the ring, ladies and gentlemen, the Pee Wee division, the yearling heifers. 105 is the entry for Madeline Clough. Willow Valley Missy, 9M. 106 is an entry for Mallory Clough. Willow Valley Blossom, 8M. 187 is Emily Lillian Richards with Crooked Creek Dewdrop, 15M. 155 is Elena McGowan with Red McGowan Miss Young, 78M. 100, the entry for Wacy Fisher, Avalon Babe, 02M. And 101 is the entry for Raleigh Fisher, Avalon Pride, 872M. The Pee Wee Division Yearling Heifer Class. Once again, I would like to recognize all of our gold sponsors that help make this show possible. The gold sponsors include Alberta Junior Angus Association, Bagshaw Electric, Certified Angus Beef, the Canadian Red Angus Promotion Society, Intercity Packers Meat and Seafood, Kamala Farms, Murray Ranches, the Quebec Angus Association, the Saskatchewan Angus Association, Scott's Stock Farm, Stettler Ag Society, and Wilbar Cattle Company. Thank you to all of those sponsors, our gold sponsors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments on the Pee Wee yearling heifers. Judge Toby Noble.
Another really awesome set of Pee-wees out here, and one thing I found pretty unique and pretty cool, our two heifers up front, they walk into the ring, these heifers are chewing their cud. You look at them now, they haven't stopped. They're so calm and so content, and I think the amount of work that goes into these cattle, to get them here, to get them to the show, to allow these kids to handle them and do a really good job, I think sometimes that goes unnoticed. So my hat's off to all these Pee-wee exhibitors and their families. Everyone's doing a really nice job. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Thank you, Toby. How about another round of applause for our Pee Wee Division yearling heifers? Ladies and gentlemen, we've been working on our sound system. I was informed that apparently lot at the back could not hear, so I would like to reintroduce to you the gentleman who is adjudicating our show today. We're very fortunate to have with us Mr. Toby Noble. Toby grew up on the family farm just outside of Lloydminster, Black Gold Simmental. Toby attended Hutchinson Community College in Kansas, where he was a member on the livestock judging team. Toby currently is working full-time on the farm, where they run 400 head of full-blood and purebred Simmental cows, with a handful of the very good ones, the Angus cows as well. And their annual bull sale is held the second Saturday of March, and the female sale is the second Thursday of October. So once again, let's welcome to the show ring today and thank Mr. Toby Noble. Yes. We now welcome to the ring the Pee Wee Division bull calves. Two entries in this class. 153, the entry for Wynn Henderson, LLB Prolific, 126N. 104 is an entry for Jensen Jacobs, DMM Missouri River, 8N. Our Pee Wee Division bull calves. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize some more of our sponsors. Once again, They are listed in your show program, but we would like to thank and recognize our silver sponsors, Bolt and Angus, Bovatech, Castle Rock Marketing, Chapman Cattle Company, Country Lane Angus, Cudlobe Angus West, Innovation Media, Mac Angus, the Manitoba Angus Association, the Northern Alberta Angus Club, Ontario Angus Association, Wright Cross Ranch, Shiloh Cattle Company, Sonmar Simmentals, Southern Alberta Angus Club, Southland Angus, Transport Betail, and Zooitis. Thank you to all of those silver sponsors. Now, ladies and gentlemen, comments on the Pee Wee Division bull calves.
Two young ladies out here in this class and doing an awesome job with a couple of big, powerful, and impressive bull calves. Another not easy feat is to bring these calves and get them weaned off their mums, whether they are or their mums are in the back, and get them broke and quiet enough to have these girls drag them around out here. Again, that's not easy and takes a lot of work, so let's give them one big round of applause. Good job to these two exhibitors.
Thank you, Toby, and once again, our Pee Wee Division bull calves, entry 153, Wynn Henderson, 101, Jensen Jacobs. That concludes our Pee Wee Division. We will now move into our open division part of the show, and we will begin with the heifer calves. And the open division heifer calves, we will have two splits. We start into our Open Division show, and we welcome the Open Division heifer calves, split 1, 186, the entry for Michael Richards, Crooked Creek Tibby, 17N. 166 is an entry for Jordan Fry, Fryburn Blackbird, 22N. 145, the entry for Callan Gartner, Red Diamond T Fredo, 2560. 111 is the entry for Sage Buchanan with Shadigan Gold Princess, 126N. 129, the entry for Peyton Hagel, PF Cat, RLP, 8N. 183 is an entry for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Oakleaf, 341N. 204, the entry for Quinn Peterson, Peterson Freja, 532N. This is split 1 of 2 splits of Open Division heifer calves. And at this time, I would like to recognize some more of our sponsors, the bronze sponsors, and they include Ag Plus Design and Photography, Avalon Angus, Beverly Morse, Brandel Cattle Company, Broken Arrow Livestock Marketing Services, Circle B Creative, CNS Livestock, Combest Red Angus, Cosmic Pizza, Geis Angus Farm, Holliger Land and Cattle, Howe Red Angus, Jarmarandi Livestock, Matika Farms, the Maritime Angus Association, OBI Livestock Limited, Pet Pad, Poplar Meadows Angus, Rancier Farms, Redhead Livestock, River Valley Cattle Company, Stock Show Shop, Third Degree Angus, Tony Morse, Whiskey River Stock Farm, and XL Livestock. Thank you so much to all of those bronze sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, comments on the first split of Open Division heifer calves, Judge Toby Noble.
Well, I think a really nice class to get us started today, and lots of differences all the way down the line. I think if you want to jumble all these cattle around, I'm not going to argue with you too much. To me, there's probably two heifers that combine the right kind of body, the right kind of mass, and the right kind of power, and then do so with, to me, an ideal structure. Of the two, I think our class winner just has a shot more in terms of forerib. She has a shot more in terms of center rib and power from behind. With that, I think she's got a little bit more foot, bone, and feature at the ground. I like that one again, just from a brood cow standpoint. Is she the longest bodied? Probably not. She does have a little bit of navel underneath her, but again, I like that one's cow power. Like I said, the longer sided, more extended version probably stands in second. I like this heifer from a balance standpoint. I think she balances up really nice. She's smooth, one that still has enough in terms of muscle from behind. But when we directly compare her to our class winner, I don't think she quite meets the standard in terms of foot, in terms of bone, and in terms of turn through the center portion of her body. Young lady has a nice heifer here in third, really practical. I think this one has rib, has muscle. I still like her structure. And a heifer that to me kind of doesn't really have many flaws, but where does she blow you away? She probably just doesn't have any of the extras in terms of body in our class winner or length and balance in our second place female. To me, just a practical, solid one. We could change her a little bit through her head, but I like that one's kind. Young lady does a nice job. Heifer that comes in fourth, a little bit different. This one to me has a little bit more balance. You study her up front. I like her head. I like the shape of her neck. This one's really flexible when we ask her to go, just not as much genuine width. I just want to pull her apart in her pin set, see a little bit more topside shape in that one. Similar can be said for the heifer calf that comes next. This one has some really nice pieces, super youthful, super green, good structured, good looking. For today, I just don't know if there's quite enough there in terms of softness, in terms of rib, and in terms of body, but there's no question I think that one's going to get better every day. This time next year, she could look really, really nice. Young man has a big-bodied, practical one down here. I like her kind. I like her rib. I want to change her structurally to move up any higher. Young lady's doing a nice job with the red one. Good balance, good hair, lots of body. Again, I want to change that one off her hind wheels and see her a little bit more genuine at the ground. That's a nice class.
Thank you, Toby. And so in this first split of open heifer calves, first place 183 for Maddie Ferentz, second in class 111 for Sage Buchanan, third in class was the entry for Quinn Peterson, fourth in class 129 Peyton Hagel, fifth in class goes to 166 Jordan Fry, sixth in class 186 Michael Richards, seventh in class 145 Callan Gartner. We now welcome in the second and final split of Open Division heifer calves. 185 is the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Lady 4N. 191, the entry for Abby Tomlin, Third Degree Chloe 9N. 146 is the entry for Hiller Gartner, Diamond T Bardolia 2507. 161, the entry for Madison Hamill, LLB Lavender Lady 30N. 162 is an entry for Haley Hamill, LLB Glenella 4N. 154, the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Elba 487N. The second and final split of Open Division heifer calves. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize some other sponsors. The Breeders' Challenge sponsors, thank you to Anchor 1 Angus, Bar 17 Little Valley Livestock, Crescent Creek Angus, Dwajo Angus, Eastondale Angus, Goad Family Angus, Grand Tran Farms, Loron Red Angus, Lorenz Angus, Peterson Livestock, Ranch Covey Hill, Terron Farms, and Towa Cattle Company. Thank you to the Breeders' Challenge sponsors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comments on Split 2 of the Open Division Heifer Calves, Judge Toby Noble.
Another good class of heifer calves, and to me, I think this one falls together maybe a little bit easier than the last one. Young ladies heifer calf up front really sets the class standard in terms of rib, in terms of body, and in terms of dimension. This one to me is so cowy in her body and her rib shape. but with that, she handles it so well. She's good in her angles. She's really flexible and smooth on the go. Young lady does an awesome job of putting that one together from the side. Just a really nice one to win this class. From there, I think we could start to juggle a few things around. To me, the heifer that starts to put the most amount of good is a young lady's heifer that comes in second, really youthful about her head and neck. I think she's attractive. I think she's good balanced. I like this one structurally. As that heifer goes and we watch her leave, I just want to elevate her at the top of her shoulder. To me, that one just runs downhill ever so slightly. If we can do that, I think that heifer has a lot of good pieces, one that will only get better with time. Young man has a big-bodied one that comes next. Of 3 and 4, I prefer the sweep that she has to her lower body. I prefer her pin set and the muscle that she carries in through her lower third. To me, this one, I just want to rearrange the set to her hock. I think she has a little bit of extra set to her hind leg, wants to rotate her hock in and just drive outside of her skeleton ever so slightly, but I like that one's rib, I like her body. Big heifer that comes next, I like her length, I like her extension, I like her advantages in terms of growth and muscle. To me, this one's just a little bit straight in the angle of her shoulder. She doesn't get out and reach and flow like some of the cattle ahead of her, maybe just a little bit shorter about her neck, but I like her length, I like her growth, I like her performance. Young man has a really neat one that comes next, and this one is really youthful, probably a little bit immature in her kind still yet. I think that heifer's going to get better as days move on because of her look, because of her structure. Today, unfortunately, she's the moderate frame, pounds light heifer, just not the same amount of body and power as some of the other cattle. Young man's doing a nice job with her. Rounding out the class with a big-bodied, practical one, a heifer that has lots in terms of rib and muscle, just doesn't have the extra pieces of balance and structure to make her way higher. That's a good class with a really nice class winner.
Thank you, Toby. And so in this second split of open division heifer calves, first place goes to 161 Madison Hamill with LLB Lavender Lady 30N. Second in class, 191 for Abby Tomlin, third degree Chloe 9N. Third in class was 154 Luke Henderson. Fourth in class, 162 Haley Hamill. Fifth in class, 146 for Hiller Gartner. Sixth in class, 185, the entry for Liam Richards. We now will bring back the top two from each of those previous splits, and we will have the Open Division champion and reserve champion heifer calf. From Split 1, we welcome back first place in Split 1, 183, the entry for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Oakleaf 341N. Second in that split was 111, the entry for Sage Buchanan, with Shedigan Gold Princess 126N. From the second split, first place there was 161, the entry for Madison Hamill, LLB Lavender Lady 30N. Second in that split, 191, the entry for Abby Tomlin, third degree Chloe, 9N. The championship for the Open Division heifer calves. Comments on the Open Heifer Calf Championship?
4 really nice heifers out here in our first division. Let's give them a quick round of applause. I think to me, there's two out here, and it's our two class winners. I like these two quite a bit. And as you stand there and look at them, are they the prettiest? Are they the most feminine looking? Probably not, but to me, they look maternal. I love their rib, I love their body. They're good structured cattle that have some extras in terms of rib, body, and dimension. In saying that, I'm not saying they're plain. They just maybe don't have the show heifer look like our second places, but again, their advantages in terms of body and in terms of structure, to me, kind of rise them to the top. Of the two, I really like the young lady out of our last class. I think that one's ultra good in terms of her rib, body, and dimension. She'll be our champion. Young lady out of our first class will be a reserve. Thanks.
Reserve is first out of the first. Well, yeah. So the open division champion heifer calf comes from split 2 and goes to entry 161, Madison Hamill with LLB Lavender Lady 30N. Going reserve champion open heifer calf from split 1, 183, the entry for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Oakleaf 341N. We now move into the open division yearling heifers. We have 5 splits of yearling heifers in the open division. In this first split, we have 6 entries. 208, the entry for Joni Page, Redline Shawnee, 140M. 121 is the entry for Nathan Daw, Willow Valley Blossom, 8M. 202, the entry for Callahan Findlay, Willow Valley Missy, 9M. 124 is an entry for Austin Potts, JT Rosebud, 99M. 185, the entry for Liam Richards, Crooked Creek Glass, 53M. And 169 is an entry for Regan Fry, Fryburn Christina, 169M. The first of 5 splits of open division yearling heifers. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments on split one of the open yearlings. Judge Noble.
Really nice class of yearlings to kind of get us started in this division. And to me, there's probably two at the top, offer a little bit of give and take, and I think if we can combine those two, we're going to find one that's really, really good. But to me, of the two, I think our class winner from the side, this one just reads a little bit softer. I like the sweep that she has to her lower body in comparison to the young lady's heifer in second. This one's really sharp through her front end. She's clean about her jaw. She's clean about her chest. From there back, again, I just prefer the sweep. I prefer the dimension that she has through her rib shape. To me, that one just reads a shot more maternal in her body type. Young lady's heifer in second. Initially, this one maybe just kind of strikes you as ordinary because she doesn't have that sweeping lower body, but when that young lady gets her stuck from the side, man, she gives you a good look. A heifer that still balances up really, really good. In comparison to our class winner, she's longer and more level. I appreciate her right behind her shoulder, as I think she's a little bit better in that regard. Again, this one at this stage of the game just doesn't have that overwhelming cowy sweep to her lower rib, but I like her length, I like her muscle. Again, young lady does an awesome job of putting that one together. Heifer that comes in third, here's a big-bodied, easy-doing, kind of more practical one in my mind. A heifer that I still think is sound-structured and flexible. I like her rib, I like her body type. She's a little bit plainer through her head, offers a little bit more navel, wants to push a little bit more chest floor. But again, in terms of just being a practical, functional, sound-structured brood cow prospect, that's a nice female. Young man comes next with an overwhelmingly powerful one. I like this one's muscle. She's big on the top side of her skeleton. She's wide out of her pin set, really big out of her hip. But it's with her added power where she doesn't maybe have some of those extra pieces of look and balance. She gets a little bit frailer at the ground, a little bit longer in her toe. But again, I like that one's power. I like her body. Young man, that one you'll still have a lot of fun with when she gets into production. Heifer that comes next, a little bit of extra hair. This one's stout. This one has a nice rib shape. To me, one that's still sound enough when we ask her to go. Study this one through her head, study her through her underline and her full rib. She just gets a little bit plainer to me. She's a little bit pudgier and shorter about her face. From her chest floor back into her forerib and flank, maybe just doesn't balance up quite as nice. But again, that one still sounds structured and has some muscle. Young lady's going to round out the class with a heifer with a little bit of extra presentation. I like her hair quality. Another heifer that has some rib and has some muscle. To me, this one's too straight in the angle of her shoulder, and I just want to see her get out and go a little bit better to move her up. But again, she has some nice pieces. That's a challenging class with a good pair on top.
Thank you, Toby. And so in split one, first place was 124, the entry for Austin Potts, JT Rosebud 99M. Second in class, 169, the entry for Regan Fry, Freiburg Christina at 169M. Third was 121, Nathan Daw. Fourth, 185, Liam Richards. Fifth in class, 202, Callahan Finley. Sixth in class, 208, Joni Page. Moving now to the second of 5 splits of open division yearling heifers. 152 is the entry for Cody Russell, Red Wingalo Ginny 411M. 172 the entry for Leah Fry, Freiburg Georgina 66M. 210 is an entry for Percy King, JT Aerolite 96M. 170 the entry for Oliver Kyle, Red Kenray Freya 15M. 207 entry for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Annie K 453M. 183 is an entry for Michael Richards, Crooked Creek Dewdrop 15M. 166 the entry for Joran Fry, Freiburg Blackbird 36M. The second of 5 splits of open division yearling heifers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, comments on this second split of Open Division yearling heifers. Judge Toby Noble.
Another good class of females, and one to me that's challenging because I think we have cattle on both ends of the line that are so totally different. And the cattle at this end of the line, there's nothing wrong with them, but just when we stand back and look at the overwhelming power and performance, those cattle kind of slide back. But those aren't cattle with issues. It's just at today's stage of the game, they're not quite there. They're still good functional type of cattle. In saying that, I think our top pair to me rises to the top pretty quick. Both of these heifers, I'd probably like to strip a little bit off in terms of condition. I think they're just pushing it a little bit at this stage of the game. But again, for me, our class winner, what is impressive is how well she handles it. She's so overwhelming in terms of rib and body, super soft and deep flanked, good through her forerib. But when this heifer goes, she really goes. She's flexible off of both ends. She really gets out and reaches. Again, she just handles her power and her little bit of extra condition so well. Heifer that comes in second has the advantage in terms of growth. This is a big, long, extended one, and one that I quite like in terms of a brood power cow. When we start to analyze her and start to compare her to our class winner, I maybe just like to change the way that her hind leg is designed. I think she has a little bit of extra set. She's maybe just not quite as comfortable and functional in how she arranges it around the ring. But again, I like that one's power. I like her build. I like her muscle. Young man does a really nice job. 3 and 4 for me are very, very similar. These are opened up, powerful cattle. Again, a couple females that have a little bit extra in terms of condition on them. To me, they're just a little bit too jammed up. They're a little bit shorter bodied, shorter hip cattle that just aren't as extended all the way through. But again, I like their body. They're still good enough structured, functional, productive, good kind of cattle. Young man comes in 5th here with another big, powerful one. Super soft, overwhelming, really easy doing. I like that one's type and kind. Another one to me that just gets a little bit too plain in terms of her look, in terms of her chest, and in terms of her navel. We have a couple red heifers that are going to round out the class, and of this class, I really appreciate their condition. They're honest, they're green. These heifers are still youthful. They're sound structured, they're good balanced, they're good kind of cattle, but as we study them, do they have as much in terms of forerib, in terms of softness, and in terms of overall power as the other cattle? Probably not, and that's why they're going to work their way down. But again, that's a good class with good cattle all the way through.
Thank you, Toby. And so in split 2, first place in the class, 166, the entry for Jordan Fry, Fryburn Blackbird 36M. Second in class, 207, the entry for Greeley Robertson, Riverfront Annie K 453M. Third was 210, Percy King. Fourth in class, 172 for Leah Fry. Fifth in class, 186 for Michael Richards. Sixth in class, 170 for Oliver Kyle. Seventh in class, 152 for Cody Russell. Moving now to the third split of Open Division yearling heifers. 190, the entry for McKenna Lowe. 2020 Darling, 35M. 219, the entry for Jessica Davey. Red McGowan Miss Young, 78M. 120, the entry for Gus Reed. Murray Essence, 75M. 144 is the entry for Lexi Dietrich. Red Rich First Lady, 87M. In there or not? Yeah. The next entry in is Grace Dudgeon with Red Wilbar Dorita, 838M. 139, the entry for Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Sioux, 832M. This is the third of 5 splits of yearling heifers in our Open Division. Comments on this third split of open division yearling heifers, Judge Noble.
Top pair of red heifers in this class. A little bit different, I think, than the cattle that have been winning the classes before. I think here we find two red heifers that are really, really unique. You talk about look, you talk about build, and you talk about freshness. I prefer these cattle in terms of their condition. I think they're fresh. I think they're on point for the end of July and this time, moving on into fall. Two heifers that I think are really, really neat. Of the two, the young lady that's going to win the class, I think this one just offers a little bit more. She's a little bit bigger outline female that when you get in behind her, she's a little bit more massive right behind her shoulder. She's more pulled apart in her pin set, carries her muscle in her lower third a little bit better in through her hip and stifle than her female in second. Is she perfect in through her loin and tail head? Probably not. We can maybe talk about trying to rearrange her teat and her udder structure a little bit, but this is still early in the game. I think that's a nice female with a lot of really, really neat pieces. Like I said, heifer in second, very similar in her kind. I like her look. I like this one's structure. When we ask her to go, I probably prefer the way that she handles her top, spine, and hip over our class winner. But again, is there just quite as much in terms of genuine width and mass? Probably not, and that's what's going to land her in second. But I think those are two heifers that are really, really neat, probably are only going to get better with time. Young lady's heifer that comes in third probably has the most muscle of our top trio as any. Really opened up and powerful from behind, bold ribbed, big pinned, wide from end to end. To me, where this one wants to sort herself into third is on the go. I think she's a little bit too straight off of her angles, a little bit rigid in the way she takes her pastern to the ground, but I like that one in terms of her body, her power, still has a nice look up front. Young man's black heifer that comes next, a really easy doing one. I like the sweep and softness that she has. She's bold and opened up. Heifer that's a little bit shorter coupled, a little bit shorter bodied, offers a little bit more navel underneath her, but again, that's a productive, big bodied, good kind of a female. Young lady's red heifer that comes next, long bodied, smooth structured, again, still good, functional kind of a cow, has a little bit of extra set to her hind leg, not the same kind of genuine muscle from behind, not the same kind of look and balance, but one that's good in terms of her rib and her body. Similar can be said for the black heifer that's going to round out her class. Still a good kind of a cow, functional, good enough structured, just a little bit plainer throughout. Study her through her head, neck, chest, and navel. Take her to the ground. She's a little bit frailer, but again, she has some length, has some body, still a nice female.
In the third split, first in class goes to 139. The entry for Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Sioux, 832M. Second in class, entry 151 for Grace Dudgeon, Red Wilbar Dorita, 838M. Third was 144, Lexi Dietrich. Fourth in class, 120, Gus Reed. Fifth in class, 219, Jessica Davey. Sixth in class, McKenna Lowe. Moving now to the fourth split of open division yearling heifers, 134, the entry for Sawyer Pole, Red Aram Eberly, 29M. 167 is the entry for Porterlow, 2020 Miss Essence, 15M. 126, the entry for Sarah Niznik, Cud Globe Effie, 131M. 112 is an entry for Caleb Brubacher, Gold Bar Rita, 114M. 223, the entry for Kylie Lange, Cudlow Princess, 118M. 127, an entry for Eva Niznik, Cudlow Mistress, 102M. 147 is the entry for Addison Newman, Red Shiloh Lady, 18M. This is the fourth of 5 splits of open division yearling heifers. Juniors and ladies and gentlemen, we need to thank Innovation Media, who's been capturing all of your special moments here at Showdown. And thank you to Innovation Media. You can find the photos at innovationmedia.ca. So junior members, you're looking for any of the special moments that Innovation Media has captured here at Showdown, you can find all the photos at innovationmedia.ca. We now will have comments on split 4 of the Open Division yearling heifers. Judge Noble.
I think another challenging class, and a class if you want to juggle a lot of these cattle around. I'm not really going to argue with you too much. To me, there's probably just not the one to really find and work your way up. I think there's a lot of cattle that have a lot of really nice pieces and a lot of really good traits, but is there one that just combines a lot of unique and extra pieces? Probably not. In saying that, the young man's red heifer, to me, here's the female that combines the right kind of body shape, the right kind of power, and does so with a good and flexible structure. To me, this one's still just a little bit chubby. I'd like to strip a little bit off her in terms of condition, maybe push her chest floor back into her ever so slightly. But I like that one's body type. I like her body shape. Again, we ask her to go really flexible on the move, nice kind of a female. Young lady that comes in second, this one's quite a bit different. In comparison to our class winner, she's leaner, she's a little bit bigger, and I actually appreciate this one at the ground. I think she's bigger footed, she offers more in terms of genuine width and skeleton. Just when we start to get comparative, does this one have the overwhelming soft and sweeping lower body? Probably not. Gets a little bit lower in her head carriage and a little bit plainer there, but I like her growth. I like that one's genuine shape and condition. Young man's heifer that comes in third, probably more like our class winner in terms of body shape and in terms of condition. Another heifer that I think is good enough in terms of structure when we ask her to go. When this one's on the stand, she just falls apart for me ever so slightly. A little bit off right behind her shoulder, gets a little bit frailer at the ground, not the same kind of sweeping lower body as our class winner, but again, that's still a nice, productive, good kind of a female. Heifer that comes next, another one that has a good body type, has a good body shape, little bit of extra in terms of condition. To me, this heifer is a little bit frailer at the ground, just not as flexible when we ask these cattle to get out and go. Young lady standing right behind her brings us a little bit of a bigger one with extra growth, extra skeleton, and extra length. To me, she just wants to toe out it there at the ground, gets a little bit straighter in the angle of her shoulder, wants to work up in the middle part of her spine when we ask her to go. Red heifer that comes next, another one that's good in her condition. This one's a little bit fresher. I like her body. She's still flexible on the go. Heifer that's a little bit downer and plainer in her head, offers a little bit more chest floor, not the same kind of lower body balance as some of the cattle at the top. Young man's going to round out the class with a long-bodied heifer that has a nice muscle pattern. Another heifer to me that's a little bit straight and rigid off of both ends when we ask her to go, but that's still a nice class.
In this fourth split, first place was 134, the entry for Sawyer Pole, Red Aram Eberly, 29M. Second in class was 127, the entry for Eva Niznik with Cudlow Mistress, 102M. Third in class was 112, Caleb Brubacher. Fourth in class, 223, Kylie Lange. Fifth in class was 126, Sarah Niznik. Sixth was 147 for Addison Newman. Seventh in class, 167 for Porter Lowe. We move now to the fifth and final split of Open Division yearling heifers. First in, 133, the entry for Josie Youngman, AJA Zella, 410M. Entry 163 is Tegan Quinn with Avalon Pride, 872M. 211, the entry for Aubrey Upshaw, Avalon Babe, 02M. 109 is an entry for Julius Wintereater, DMM Aeroline, 33M. 111, the entry for Sage Buchanan, Gold Bar Heroine, 107M. 131 is an entry for Ashton Youngman, AJA Zella, 408M. 110, the entry for Casey Buchanan, Gold Bar Echo, 101M. This is the fifth and final split of Open Division yearling heifers. Once again, I would like to recognize some of our show sponsors, the platinum sponsors of our Showdown 2025 show, and they include the Alberta Angus Association, Allflex, Belvin Angus, Borison Marketing Services, Camel Cattle Company, the Canadian Angus Association, the Canadian Angus Foundation, DLMS, LLB Angus, Moose Creek Red Angus, Red Rich Farms. Thank you to those platinum sponsors of our 2025 Showdown. I just realized, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't given the scratch, but 109 in your program, in the words of Hoss Hammer, is not racing with us today. So 109 is a scratch. Comments on the fifth split of open division yearling heifers, Judge Toby Noble.
Really nice top trio in this class, 3 heifers that are all quite a bit different. To me, I guess what it comes down to is of the 3 cattle in contention, we have the biggest, most powerful one up front, and when we put these cattle on the go, she's arguably the soundest structured. To me, it's the only logical place to start with her advantages in terms of growth, in terms of muscle, while coupling that with a really good flexible structure. Young lady does a nice job of getting her shown, still gives you a nice look from the side. Congratulations to that exhibitor. Heifer that comes in second. For lots, she's probably not quite big enough, and I understand that. She's a little bit moderate. To me, what keeps her over our third place heifer is just on the go. She gets out of her front end with quite a bit more reach and comfort than our third place female, and that's why she's going to stand there. This one, I like her presence. She has some added hair, gives you a little bit of extra balance and look from the side. Again, she's a little bit moderate. We could maybe change her about her skull ever so slightly, but I like that one's rib and body, and I like her structure. On the stand, I quite like the heifer in third. Really soft in the sweep to her lower body. To me, this one looks productive, and again, looks like a maternal brood cow in the making. We ask her to go. She just wants to paddle ever so slightly, just not quite get out of her front end and reach and flex like I'd like her to. But again, that picture right there from the side, really nice female. Heifer that comes next, when she first come into the ring, I thought, hey, here's maybe my class winner, a big extended heifer who's really sound and good on the go. I like that heifer for those reasons. It's when we get to the rear 3/4 view for me, this one just closes up. I think she gets too flat in her body shape. I want to open her up at the ground. I want to open her up in terms of her muscle and her skeletal pattern, but I like that one's length, growth, and structure. Heifer that comes next, more moderate in her kind. I like her rib, I like her dimension, one that still gives you a nice look from the side, has a little bit of navel underneath her, doesn't quite balance up as good as some of the other cattle. We ask her to go. She just wants to work up in her spine ever so slightly, not quite as comfortable as some of the other cattle. Heifer that's going to round out the class, very similar. She has some look, she has some rib, and has some body, and I appreciate her for that. Another heifer I just want to rearrange in terms of her shoulder and the way she takes her knee to the ground, but that's another good class of females. Nice trio on top.
Thank you, Toby. And so in this fifth split, first place goes to 111, the entry for Sage Buchanan, Gold Bar Heroine, 107M. Second in class, 131, the entry for Ashton Youngman, AJA Zella, 408M. Third was 110 for Casey Buchanan. Fourth, 211 for Aubrey Upshaw. Fifth was 163 for Tegan Quinn. Sixth in class was entry 133 for Josie Youngman. 109 was a scratch. We now move to the champion drive of our open division yearling heifers. From split 1, we welcome back first place in split 1, 124, Austin Potts with JT Rosebud 99M. Second in that class, 169 for Regan Fryburn Christina, 169M. From split 2, we had first place going to 166, Joran Fry with Fryburn Blackbird, 36M. Second in class was 207 for Greeley Robertson with Riverfront Annie K, 453M. In split 3, first place there went to Kylie Wilms, entry 139 with Red Wilbar Sioux, 832M. Second in that split was 151, the entry for Grace Judgeon, Red Wilbar Dorita, 838M. From split 4, first place there went to 134, the entry for Sawyer Pole, Red Aram Eberly, 29M. Second in that split was 127 for Eva Niznik with Cudlow Mistress, 102M. From that fifth and final split, first place there was entry 111 for Sage Buchanan, Gold Bar Heroine, 107M. Second in that split was 131 for Ashton Youngman with AJA Zella, 408M. Your champion drive for our open division yearling heifers. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to recognize once again our gold sponsors for our Showdown 2025 show. The gold sponsors include the Alberta Junior Angus Association, Bagshaw Electric, Certified Angus Beef, the Canadian Angus Promotion Society, Intercity Packers Meat and Seafood, Kamala Farms, Murray Ranches, the Quebec Angus Association, Saskatchewan Angus Association, Scott Stock Farm, Stettler Ag Society, Wilbar Cattle Company. Thank you to all of those generous sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now have comments on this champion derived for our open division yearling heifers. Judge Toby Noble.
Really awesome set of yearling females out here. Let's give them a round of applause. It's been really fun out here to kind of get us going in the yearling division, and the good cattle here are so good, and they come in so many different shapes and sizes and conditions. As we look out into the ring, not often are two cattle the same, and to me, I'm fine with that. When you get into this breed, I know you have to have a kind of cattle you like, but I think good cattle come in all different sizes. They can be big, they can be on the moderate side, they can be a little bit chubbier, and they can be a little bit leaner. I'm kind of fine with it all, to me, as long as they have good quality pieces of structure, body, muscle, and maternal features. In saying that, I think there's a few different routes you can go here. To me, there's probably 3 of them that it comes down to that I think start to combine the most amount of unique pieces. To me, start to just bring to the table the most amount of good. But once again, I think there's a lot of really, really good cattle out here. I've really enjoyed the day so far and looking forward to keep it going. I'll go out and get you a couple champions.
The champion yearling heifer in the open division comes to us from Split 2, 166. The entry from Joran Freiburn Blackbird, 36M, your champion. And the reserve champion, open division yearling heifer, comes to us from Split 3, 139. The entry for Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Sioux, 832M. We now welcome to the ring the Open Division 2-year-old female class. 5 entries in this class. 185 is the entry for Liam Richards with Crooked Creek Tibby 90K. 111, the entry from Sage Buchanan, Shedigan Gold Princess 17L. 171 is the entry for Dylan Fry, Fryburn Georgina 99L. 146, the entry for Hiller Gartner, Red Diamond T Lakota 2379. And 109 is the entry for Julius Wintereater, DMM Blackbird 39L. Your 2-year-old Open Division females. Now we'll have comments on the 2-year-olds in this open division. Judge Toby Noble.
Really nice trio of pairs here to get us started in the cow-calf division, and I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time. I think these top 3 pairs are all really good and really close, especially 2 and 3. I think that pair is really, really close, and if you want to switch them, that's fine with me. I'm not going to argue with it too much. 3 really nice pairs. Of the 3, I think our class winner, when this cow comes into the ring, I think she just hits you pretty hard. Overwhelming in terms of body and mass and feature. Big-footed cow who's really opened up and really powerful. I like the sweep that she has to her lower body. Her udder attachment is really, really good. And doing an awesome job on an end-of-March heifer calf. And I think this calf is pretty good. She's a little bit smaller out here today. Obviously, she's younger and more immature, but I think that calf has a lot of quality in terms of look, body, and balance. Young ladies that stand here in second, really appreciate this pair for how genuine they are. This is probably the greenest condition cow of our top 3, and I give her lots of props for that. Doing an awesome job on a big, powerful heifer calf we've seen before. We've talked about her advantages in terms of power, muscle, and balance, all while being good structured. I quite like that calf, and similar things can be said for the cow standing behind her. Long-bodied, smooth, really extended kind of a female. When we start to comparing her to the cows on either side of her, is she as overwhelming in terms of muscle, in terms of top side shape? Probably not, and that's what's going to land her into second. But again, I appreciate that pair for how genuine and honest they are. Pair that comes in third, really nice cow. You study her from this angle. She's up-headed, she's opened up, she's ultra powerful. She's square on all 4s. I like this cow on the move, and I quite like that bull calf standing in front of her. To get that much power, growth, and mass out of a 2-year-old, I think is pretty hard to do. If I'm being picky, she gets a little bit longer in terms of her teats. When we start studying her compared to the cows right in front of her, she has a little bit more on her in terms of condition in comparison to second. I like that cow. I like her body. Really nice calf. Again, just getting picky on 2 or 3 really nice pairs. Young man's been doing an awesome job on a red cow down here, and nothing wrong with this pair at all. I like her body. I like her rib. She's sound structured, really good uddered kind of a female. When we start getting her out here with some of these other cows, she kind of wants to just lower her head a little bit, get a little bit plainer in her overall look. But I like her body. I like her udder. No question that's going to be a nice cow for you down the road. Doing a nice job on a younger heifer calf that has some look, has some body, just a little bit younger and immature, but still some neat pieces. Boys are going to round out the class with the similar kind of cattle they've had all day. I like these cattle. They're opened up, they're powerful, productive. Unfortunately, today is the show ring. These cattle just get a little bit plain, not the same kind of look, presence, and structure as some of the other cattle. No question, these will be good cows once you turn them on back to grass. But that's a really nice way to get us started in the cow-calf show.
So in our open division 2-year-old class, our champion 2-year-old female, entry 109 for Julius Wintereater, DMM Blackbird 39L. The reserve champion 2-year-old female in the open division, entry 111 for Sage Buchanan, Shedigan Gold Princess 17L. We'll see them both back in our champion open division female drive. But first, we have the open division mature females, 2 entries in this class, 169, an entry for Regan Freiber and Georgina, 125K. 132 is the entry for Ty Youngman, AJA Zella, 803F. These are our mature females in our open division. We'll declare a champion and reserve champion mature female, and then we'll move into the grand champion open division female drive. Comments on this mature female class, Judge Toby Noble.
Two really nice mature pairs out here, and both doing a really nice job on some big, powerful bull calves. I really like the cow that's going to start off this class. This one that, again, hits you pretty hard in terms of length, in terms of power. This one's big-footed at the ground, really good. I like her teat spacing. I like her udder size and shape. Really good udder. Doing a nice job on a calf with a lot of look. I think this is a good-looking rascal. He's stout from behind. He's sound structured. Maybe not the big performance kind like a calf in second, but again, I think that's just a really, really solid pair to land on in this class. Pair that comes next, again, this bull calf is big. He's overwhelming in terms of growth and frame and power, and I like him quite a bit. You can tell he's got a nice mama cow standing behind him. She's obviously putting a lot into that calf. Does she have some of the extra pieces in terms of power and length? She's a little bit more moderate, maybe just not as perfect as we study her through her teat and udders, but again, by no means am I calling that one poor uddered. I think she's functional, good kind of a cow, doing a nice job on our bull calf, just not the extra pieces of our class winner.
The champion mature female, entry 169 for Regan Fryburn, Georgina, 125K. Reserve champion mature female, entry 132 for Ty Youngman, AJA Zella, 803F. We now will move to the next class, our Open Division Grand Champion Female Drive. This division are champions sponsored by Country Lane Angus of Vermilion. We'll hold our mature champions in the ring here, and we'll welcome back in our other division champions for our Open Division Champion Female Drive. First in, we will have our Open Division Champion Heifer Calf, entry 161 for Madison Hamill, LLB Lavender Lady, 30N. The Reserve Champion Heifer Calf, 183, the entry for Maddie Ferentz, LLB Oakleaf, 341N. In our Yearling Division, our Champion Yearling was entry 166 from Joran Fry with Fryburn Blackbird, 36M. The Reserve Champion Yearling Heifer was 139, the entry for Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Sioux, 832M. And from our 2-year-old division, our champion 2-year-old was entry 109 for Julius Wintereater with DMM Blackbird 39L. The reserve champion 2-year-old entry 111 for Sage Buchanan, Shedigan Gold Princess 17L. And from the mature division, once again, our champion mature female entry 169 for Regan Fryburn Georgina, 125K, and our reserve champion mature female entry 132 for Ty Youngman, AJA Zella, 803F. Our grand champion Open Division Female Drive, once again sponsored by Country Lane Angus. Comments on his Open Division Grand Champion drive, Judge Noble.
Really impressive champion drive out here in our junior show. Let's give him a big round of applause. You know, the longer you stand here, you can probably start to make a case for any one of our class winners standing out here. It doesn't matter if it's that heifer calf up front, down to our mature cow at the back. I think these cattle have so much true quality, and to me, it doesn't really matter what age or stage of the game they're at. To me, it just kind of comes down to which one is the highest quality in my mind, which one puts together the most unique pieces, puts together the most amount of good that I would want to take home. And I think there are a lot of cattle that do that really, really well. There's been a lot of cattle throughout the day that have been very good and very unique, but I'll go out and show you a couple champions. I know we got a couple divisions left to keep this show on the road, so I'll go out and show you a couple favorites.
Grand Champion Open Division female, the Grand Champion, the 2-year-old pair from entry Julius Wintereater, DMM Blackbird 39M, your Grand Champion Open Division female. And the reserve Grand Champion Open Division female, the yearling heifer, entry 166 for Jordan Fry, Fryburn Blackbird 36M, your reserve champion Open Division female. We are taking our Open Division champions over to the backdrop, I guess, and we've sent our judge over there for pictures, so there'll be just a short break here before we move into the Own Division. Good chance to get up and spread your legs. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we now move into the own division of our show and our heifer calf class, one class. 3 entries. 156 is the entry for Daniel Pearson, Hillcrest Tip Top 502. Followed by entry 173 for Carson Van Sickle, Red River Rock Shawnee 19N. 165 is the entry for Casey Adams, Terron Rosebud 2N. Your own division, heifer calves. Comments on the own division, heifer calves. Judge Toby Noble.
A trio of nice heifer calves here to get us started in this division. Young lady's going to win the class. I think to me does so pretty handily. Simply put, there's just the most of this female in terms of rib, in terms of dimension, in terms of genuine width at the ground and overall muscle. With her added power, I still think she handles it quite well. She's flexible off of both ends. To me, is still maternal in her design and in her look. Nice female to win the class. Young man's red heifer that comes next. I like this one's look, and I like her balance. She's really tight and tidy about her head, neck, and chest floor. From there, I think she still has enough in terms of genuine power and mass. When we get to comparative to the one right in front of her, maybe not as soft through her flank. When we ask this heifer to go, she just wants to duck her pins ever so slightly, get a little bit rounder out of her hip, but I like that heifer structure, I like her balance, and I like her look. Black heifer that's going to round out the class, obviously the youngest and the most immature, one that still gives you a nice look. Really, really neat and attractive, flat about her shoulder. From there back, she balances up well. Heifer that still sounds structured when we ask her to go. To me, she has a little bit of extra set to her hind leg. Obviously not the overall power and performance of some of the other cattle. No question that heifer is going to get better as the day goes on.
The champion owned division heifer calf, entry 165 for Casey Adams, Terron Rosebud 2N. Your reserve champion owned division heifer calf goes to Carson Van Sickle with Red River Rock Shawnee 19N. Third in class was 156, the entry for Daniel Pearson. We now move to the first split of 4 splits of yearling heifers in our own division. Once again, this own division, these cattle are owned by the junior in the junior's name. And so we lead off this first split with 179, the entry for Tavian Yoder, Red Cinder Freya 229M. 189 is an entry for Tanner Lowe, Wooden Spoke Pride 15M. 221 is Cali Kid with Red Diamond T Bayberry 24 128. 138 is an entry for Owen Wilms, Brooking Beauty, 4,200. 175, the entry for Ainsley Van Sickle is Red River Rock Chiefayette, 4209M. 218, the entry for Cassie Kidd is Red Diamond T Sunset, 24106. 174, the entry for Sydney Van Sickle, Red River Rock Jupiter, 4160M. And 128 is the entry for Reese Wildman, Red Toa Bayberry, 414M. Split one of 4 splits of yearling heifers in our own division. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments on split one of our own division yearling heifers. Judge Toby Noble.
I think a really good class of yearlings here as we switch divisions. And to me, I think there's a clear-cut winner. I really like this class winner. I think she's my kind in terms of bringing one that's fresh and good condition. She's sound structured, but with that, she has the right kind of body shape. She has the right kind of muscle pattern. I think that heifer just goes and balances up and looks so good. Young man gets her presented like that from the side. She's really hard to pick a hole in. She's not perfect right behind her shoulder. She's not perfect through her loin, but I think that one just puts so much good together and starts to combine some unique traits of look, structure, body, and muscle. That's a really nice place to start. Red heifer that comes next, to me, I guess kind of best resembles our class winner. She's another one that balances up good from the side. I like this one's look through her head, neck, and shoulder. She's flat shouldered, she's smooth. To me, this one just reads refined and feminine all the way throughout. Just with her more refined look, this one I wish we could just juice up a little bit more. Let's open her up at the ground, let's open her up at her base, and just see her lay a little bit more muscle on the top side of her skeleton. But I like that one's condition, I like her look, I like her structure. Young lady's red heifer that comes next, totally different kind. Huge bodied, opened up, easy doing, good kind of a brood cow prospect for that young lady. She doesn't have the extra pieces in terms of look, gets a little bit deeper in her chest, a little bit frailer as we take her to the ground, but I like that one's body and I like her rib. Young man's black heifer that comes next, really, really long-sided. Heifer that's still big pinned, I think has a good muscle pattern. Again, just long-hipped, really, really level. I want to drop this one down in terms of her tail head. We could clean her up in her navel. That's a long-bodied, good kind of a cow prospect, just not some of the extra pieces of balance and feature as some of the other cattle. Red heifer that comes next, really opened up. Probably the stoutest heifer in this class. I love her through her center body. I love her in her pin set, and I love her muscle as she tears it down into her lower third and hip. It's unfortunate when the young lady gets this one on the go. To me, she's too straight in the angle of her shoulder, just wants to lower her head, work up in her spine ever so slightly, but I love that one's body. Awesome haired female. You're doing a really nice job with that one. Heifer that comes next, kind of a similar kind. I probably prefer this one's condition. She's a little bit leaner. I think a heifer that reaches good off of her rear two. Here's another one, though, that I just want to change the way that her front end is assembled. She gets a little bit straighter there, reads in a little bit lower out of the top side of her neck, but I think she flexes good off her rear two. Long-bodied, smooth-made kind of a female. Red heifer comes next, has a nice body shape, has a nice muscle pattern. To me, this one's just getting a little bit moderate, a little bit quick in her kind. I just want to see a little bit more of her. Red heifer, it's going to round out the class. Sound structured, heifer that still has some muscle. She's a little bit harder in her body type, not quite the extra pieces of look and balance, but a nice class with a really nice female to win.
Let's see if Andrea comes and tells me again. In this first split, first place in class goes to 138, Owen Wilms, with Brooking Beauty 4200. Second in class, 179 for Tavian Yoder with Red Cinder Freya 229M. Third in class was Sydney Van Sickle. Fourth, Tanner Lowe. Fifth in class, Ainsley Van Sickle. Sixth in class was Reese Wildman. Seventh was Callie Kidd, and eighth in class, Cassie Kidd. Moving to split two, 129 is the entry from Peyton Hagel. PJH Miss Abigail 2M. 157, an entry for Kendra Hinsberg, KCH Queen 421. 196 is the entry for Avery Borison, Twin Springs Tibby 42M. 182 is an entry for Landon Brandel, BCC Lady Wren 4102. 160 is the entry for Logan Brook, Red Shiloh Mimi 90M. 215 is Riley Borison with Rust Beauty 4422. 150, the entry for Grace Nudgen, Wilbar Sarita 653M. Split two of our owned yearling heifers. I'd like to once again recognize some more of our sponsors, the silver level sponsors. Thank you to Bolton Angus, Bovatech, Castle Rock Marketing, Chapman Cattle Company, Country Lane Angus, Cudlobe Angus West, Innovation Media, Mac Angus, the Manitoba Angus Association, the Northern Alberta Angus Club, Ontario Angus Association, Right Cross Ranch, Shiloh Cattle Company, Sonmar Simmentals, Southern Alberta Angus Club, Southland Angus, Transport Detail, and Zooitis. Thank you very much to those silver sponsors. Comments on the second split of yearling heifers in our own division. Judge Noble.
Really, really good class here, and I think our top trio is really, really good. Another three that you could probably hop them around a little bit, and I'm not going to argue too much. I guess it's just kind of where you got to lay your preference. And to me, there's very subtle structural downfalls in our second and third place females. They're subtle, but I do think they're there, and that's kind of why we're going to have a class winner, because I think that is the best structured one by a long shot in this class. She's probably not the stoutest, I'm aware of that. We could give her a shot more in terms of genuine width and muscle. But this one from the side, she's so up-headed. This one's fresh. She's good-chested. She's flat-shouldered. From there back, I really love this one's body pattern. She's level spine. She's big-footed, really flexible and comfortable at the ground. That one, to me, just does a lot right. Again, I realize she's not the stoutest, but she's so good in so many other areas that I think she's good enough to win this class. Heifer that comes in second, this one does have a little bit more in terms of muscle. She stands wider at her base. She's more pulled apart in her pin set, and I think she lays more muscle on the top side of her skeleton. When we ask her to go, this one to me is flexible. I just don't love the way that she handles her hock and her hind leg. I think she has a little bit of extra set. To me, she's just not as coordinated as we ask that one to go. But again, I like her extra. I like her extra dimension and muscle. Young man does a really nice job. Heifer that comes in third, standing still. I do think this one's lights out. Here's one to me that kind of combines the up-headed presence, and she does so with the same kind of genuine width and mass as our second place female. That's one when we ask her to go, I'd like to see her get over front end just a little bit better. To me, she wants to paddle there ever so slightly. She just doesn't get out and reach and flex like some of the cattle ahead of her. But once again, standing still from the side, that one is really, really good. Heifer that comes next, very similar. One from the side that I like quite a bit. She's up-headed, she's attractive. She is opened up with the right kind of muscle pattern. I would maybe change the shape of her head ever so slightly. To me, this one just wants to round out of her hip as we ask her to go. But another female that's up-headed and still has the right kind of body shape. Black heifer that comes next. I love this one's added body and rib. No question an easy doing one. Unfortunately, today in this class, that's going to work to her disadvantage. I think this one just has a little bit on her in terms of condition. We could drop her in her tail head ever so slightly, fix her underline there a little bit. But I like this one's rib. I like her added hair, and I like her added dimension. Couple heifers that come next here, very similar in their type and kind. I think they're functional. I think they're big-bodied. I think they're sound-structured, practical, good kind of females. Just don't have the extras in terms of look. They're plainer through their skulls, a little bit of extra chest, a little bit shorter coupled and shorter bodied. But again, those are cattle with the right kind of rib and right kind of body type. Really nice set of females.
Thank you, Toby. So in this second split, first place goes to 215, Riley Borison with Russ Beauty, 44.22. Second in class, at 182 for Landon Brando, BCC Lady Wren, 41.02. Third in class was 150, Grace Dudgeon. Fourth in class, 129, Peyton Hagel. Fifth in class was 196, Avery Morrison. Sixth was 157, Kendra Hinsberg, and seventh in class 160, Logan Brook. We move now to the third of four splits of yearling heifers in our own division. In this third split, we have 220, an entry for Corbin Kidd, Diamond T. Bartolier Lass, 24.46. 145 is Callan Gartner with Red Diamond T. Countess, 24.47. 177, the entry for Maria Tazchuk, Red Allison Lacama, 146M. 173 is Carson Van Sickle with Red River Rock Marigold, 484M. 144, the entry for Lexi Dietrich, Red Rich Firefly, 141M. 123 is Will Bradford with Little Valley Madge, 410. 115, the entry for Nevada Murray, Golden Oak 1054, Magnolia, 435M. And 116, the entry for GW Murray, Murray Magnolia, 4M. The third split of four splits in our yearling heifers own division. Comments on this third split of yearling heifers, Judge Noble.
Really a deep class, and I apologize for taking a little bit of extra time. I think there's 5 of these cattle out here that are very, very different, have their advantages and disadvantages, and I guess it just took me a little longer to figure out where I'm going to line my preferences and kind of pick what I'm going to roll with. To me, the black heifer up front, for starters, here's the big power heifer. She's extra in terms of frame. She's extra in terms of her length and her outline. I like this one's body shape. I think she's bold. I think she's muscular. On top of that, I still think this heifer is good structured. She's maybe not perfect in her spine. We could change her a little bit there right behind her shoulder. She does have a little bit of navel. But again, I think it's her advantages in terms of being the big power heifer with the right kind of body shape and power and a good structure that for me allows her to win this class. The red heifer that comes next, right away when this one come in, I thought I like her extra foot, extra feature at the ground. I love how flexible this one is. You ask her to go, she reaches with lots of flex and comfort. She's a big-bodied, bold-sprung one who looks really good in terms of her teat and udder development at this stage. We just want to change that one a little bit through her head. I just think she gets a little bit plainer there, offers a little bit of throat, a little bit of chest floor. But again, I like her advantages in terms of foot and mass, sound structured female as well. Young man's black heifer that comes next, one that gives me a little bit of challenges at time. Initially, this one strikes me as just not quite soft enough. I wish we could just give her a shot more forerib, see a little bit more sweep to her lower body. But as we study her, I think this one's youthful. I think she's attractive. I think she's sound when we ask her to go. And I think this heifer still is bold and muscular. At the end of the day, like I said, I just want to change the sweep that she has to her lower body. But aside from that, she's youthful, she's fresh. I still like her muscle and body pattern. Young man's doing a nice job. Red heifer that comes next from the stand, I like this one quite a bit. She's opened up, she has that extra hair, extra presence. From the side, this one paints a really, really good picture. To me, she gets a little bit shorter bodied, a little bit shorter out of her hip, and I just want to square her up from her knee to the ground. She wants to rotate her front feet out a little bit. If we could change her in that regard, I think there's no question we'll talk about moving her up. Black heifer that comes next, another heifer that has lots of body, lots of mass. No question an easy doing one. Unfortunately, like the heifer we saw in the last class, I think it's going to start to work to her disadvantage today. She's a little bit plainer as we study her through her head and her chest floor. Again, just has a little bit on her as we study her up by her tail head and in her flank. But I like that one's body and I like her power. Just a little bit plain in this class for me. Young man has a red heifer that comes next. I like her from her length standpoint. I like her from a muscle and body standpoint. She's a little bit slicker haired, and I think it kind of goes with her kind. Just a nickel plain in this class, nickel frail as we take her to the ground. But again, length, body, and power, that's still a nice female. In a class this deep, unfortunately, she's going to fall back a little bit for me. Black heifer that comes next, I like her structure, I like her length. Let's maybe just see a little bit more of her. Red heifer, lots of rib, lots of body. I just want to change her through her head and out of her hind leg, through her shoulder, make her a little bit more feminine and ladylike, but that's a really nice class.
So in this third split, first place in class goes to 115 Nevada Murray with Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M. Second in class was 177 Maria Tazchuk with Red Allison Lacama 146M. Third in class goes to 116 GW Murray. Fourth was 144 Lexi Dietrich. Fifth was Will Bradford. Sixth in class Carson Van Sickle. Seventh was Corbin Kidd, and eighth in class Callan Gartner. Moving to the fourth and final split in the own division yearling heifers. 176 is Chase Bruno with Red Wilbar SBV Brindina 817M. 158, the entry for Kate Heinsberg, KCH Annie K 412. 165 is Casey Adams with Teron Jaybird 64M. 205, Paisley Robertson with Riverfront Rosebud 432M. 142 is Tate Poole with Red Ward's Blackbird 8M. 204, the entry for Quinn Peterson, Red Sprucefield May JNF 10M. 114 is Garrick Lutz with Belvin Lady Blossom 11224. 154 is the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Delia 112M. Split 4 of yearling heifers. Comments on this fourth and final split of yearling heifers in our own division, Judge Toby Noble.
Another really good class, and I'll be honest, going into this class, I kind of thought, hey, you know, this division might be pretty easy. You know, I think there's two from classes prior that I like quite a bit, and I'm pretty confident in those two. And then these two walked in, and that's going to get a lot more challenging. I think these two heifers at the top are really, really nice. Our class winner is just a little bit better balanced. She's a little bit better smoother, and she's a little bit more feminine, I think, than our second place female. That being said, like that look right there on our class winner, she's up-headed, she's smooth, yet she's still robust. She's powerful, she's muscular, she's flexible. She probably doesn't take the longest stride out of her front end, but I do think it's good enough. That one's still good at the ground, she's square, really, really nice female to win this class. There's probably more in terms of muscle, pin width, and rib shape in our second place female. She's overwhelming in that regard, and you throw in that awesome hair coat, and I think that just exemplifies how powerful that one is. We could maybe change her a little bit through her head. We could maybe balance up her chest floor in through her forerib, back into her navel just a shot better. But again, I like that one in terms of her muscle. She has that added presence in hair. Young lady does a really nice job. Red heifer that comes in third, to me, just a really logical place for this one. Fault-free, good kind of cattle. There's a lot of extra pieces in 1 and 2. I maybe just don't find that in the young man's red heifer in third. But I like her body, I like her rib, and I like her dimension and structure. Really nice kind of a cow prospect. Black heifer that comes next. 4 and 5 I think are pretty similar. They're big-bodied kind of cattle, have a little bit extra on them in terms of condition. I think our fourth place heifer is a little bit better footed than the female in fifth. I think she's a little bit more genuine in her muscle mass and power. Young lady's black heifer, long-bodied, gives you a nice balanced silhouette from the side. I want to change just her front foot shape and design. I just want to see a little bit more muscle there when we study her in through her hip and lower stifle. Red heifer that comes next, I appreciate this one for her condition. She's genuine, she's really honest. I think this is a flexible, good kind of a female. She's one, just not as soft. We study her through her flank. She just reads a little bit tighter and drier there, not the same kind of muscle expression out of her hip and in through her stifle. Black heifer that comes next has a little bit of extra muscle, a little bit of extra width. To me, this one's just a little bit frailer. Let's make her a little bit softer as we study her from the side. Young man's red heifer that comes next, really dark red, long-bodied, smooth-made kind of a female. Let's soften her up and give her a shot more genuine power and mass. But that's a really nice class with a good pair on top.
In this fourth split, first place in this class, 165, the entry for Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird, 64M. Second in class, the entry for Paisley Robertson, Riverfront Rosebud, 432M. Third in class was 176, Chase Bruno. Fourth in class, 154, Luke Henderson. Fifth in class, 158, Kate Heinsberg. Sixth in class, 204, Quinn Peterson. Seventh was 114, Jarek Lutz. And eighth in class 142, Tate Poole. We now bring in our top two from each of the four splits for our champion yearling heifer drive in this own division. From split one, first place there was 138 for Owen Wilms, Brooking Beauty 4200. Second in that class was 179 Tavian Yoder with Red Cinder Freya 229M. From split two, first place there was entry 215 for Riley Borison, Rust Beauty 4422. Second in that split, 182 for Landon Brandel, BCC Lady Wren 4102. From split three, first place there, 115 for Nevada Murray, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M. Second in that split was 177 for Maria Tazchuk, Red Allison Lacama, 146M. From our last split, split four, first place once again was 165, Casey Adams with Terron Jaybird, 64M. Second in that split, entry 205 for Paisley Robertson, Riverfront Rosebud, 432M. Ladies and gentlemen, your champion own division yearling heifer drive. At this time, I'd once again like to recognize our bronze sponsors for Showdown 2025, and they include Ag Plus Design and Photography, Avalon Angus, Beverly Morse, Brandel Cattle Company, Broken Arrow Livestock Marketing Services, Circle B Creative, CNS Livestock, Combest Red Angus, Cosmic Pizza, Geis Red Angus Farm, Hollinger Land and Cattle, Howe Red Angus, Germandi Livestock, Batika Farms, Maritime Angus Association, OBI Livestock Limited, Pet Pad, Poplar Meadows Angus, Rancier Farms, Redhead Livestock, River Valley Cattle Company, Stock Show Shop, Third Degree Angus, Tony Morris, Whiskey River Stock Farm, and XL Livestock. Thank you so much to our bronze sponsors. Comments on this yearling heifer championship. Judge Noble.
8 really, really good females. Let's give them a quick round of applause. I think this division was really, really good, and I started to find more and more cattle each class that I think at this stage of the game are about on par, that I think have a lot of quality. And like you probably guessed from the last class, to me, there's now 3 out here that I think are really, really good and in contention. I just want to go over those 3 so you guys kind of understand what I'm seeing in these cattle and what I'm liking. Young man out of our first class, that one come in, and to me, she's so genuine in her shape. This one's really fresh. She's really good in her condition. She's so high tying in the top side of her neck that she isn't perfect right behind her shoulder, but I think it almost looks just a little bit worse because her neck shoots so high up out of the top side of her shoulder. I like this one through her head. I think she has enough in terms of muscle and body. She's not perfect in the way she holds her spine, but again, that one has a good look, has the right kind of muscle, and of the cattle standing in the ring is probably the greenest in her condition. The heifer that comes next, one look from the side on this one, and it's hard not to be all in. She's so captivating. She's so long and smooth. I love the sweep that she has to her lower body. She's awesome haired, and I think it just helps her all come together. She's smooth. She balances up really well. We talked about this rear view on her, how we could just open her up a little bit in terms of genuine shape and mass. We could maybe just change her skull a little bit. She gets a little bit longer there. But man, you want to talk about a soft-made, good balanced, good-bodied, really sound-structured one, that's the one that you'd hang your hat on. And then the young lady out of Class 4, here's a heifer that comes in, probably more power, more rib, and more mass than the 2 cattle I just talked about. At the same time, she's probably not as long-spined. I think this heifer is sound. Does she reach as much as the 2 we just talked about as well? Probably not. But what you see in this female is overwhelming. She's so big-bodied. She's so muscular. Young lady gets her set up, and that one still balances up so good from the side. to me, this gets really hard. There's probably not a perfect one. I think all three of those are really, really good. I'd love to take all three, but I guess we got to pick two. So let's give them one last round of applause, and I'll go out and make a decision.
The champion owned division yearling heifer, entry 165 for Casey Adams, Teron Jaybird, 64M. And your reserve champion yearling heifer comes from split 215, the entry for Riley Borison, Rust Beauty, 4422. Goes reserve. We'll see them two heifers back in our champion owned drive. We now move into the 2-year-old females in the owned division. We have two splits. In this first split, entry 144 for Lexi Dietrich, OAV classified. 115 is the entry for Nevada Murray, DMM Christina, 65L. 156 is an entry for Daniel Pearson, Diamond T Pride, 2327. The first of two splits of 2-year-old females in our own division. Comments on this first split of 2-year-olds. Judge Noble.
A nice trio of cows out here in this class, and I think for me they sort pretty easily. I quite like our class winning cow. I mean, she's pretty overwhelming just in terms of power and mass. That's a big female. She's really big bodied. With that, she's still attractive and up-headed. I like her structure, especially when we compare her to the cow in second. I think she's just a little bit more fluent and a little bit better off of her hind leg. Doing a nice job on a pretty neat looking heifer calf up front. Just a really nice pair. Cow that stands in second, I probably prefer her udder over our class winner. I think her teats are just a little bit smaller and more refined. A cow, when you look at her silhouette from here, there's a lot to like. She kind of amples the power and mass of our class winner, but when we ask that cow to go, she just wants to swing her hind leg outside of her skeleton ever so slightly. Not quite as fluent as the cow in front of her, but still a really nice female. Big, powerful calf in front of her too, doing really good. Lots of muscle, lots of look in that calf. Very nice female. Pair that's going to come in third, still a nice kind of a female. Obviously today she's kind of the moderate framed one that's going to get a little bit outpowered, but I think still a nice cow who's good looking, sound structured, nice uddered kind of a female. Unfortunately, they're just going to get out horsed in this class.
First place in this split of 2-year-olds, 115, the entry for Nevada Murray, DMM Christina, 65L. Second in class, 144 for Lexi Dietrich, OAV classified. Third in class was 156, Daniel Pearson with Diamond T Pride, 2327. We now welcome in the second split of 2-year-old females in this own division. They're led in by 205, the entry for Paisley Robertson, Brooking Rose, 3030. 103 is an entry for Colt Jacobs, DMM Blackbird, 24L. 165 is an entry for Casey Adams, MWC Rosebud, 17L. The second split of 2 splits in the own division 2-year-old females. At this time, I would like to once again thank the Breeders' Challenge sponsors, and they include Anchor 1 Angus, Bar 17 Little Valley Angus, Crescent Creek Angus, Dwajo Angus, Eastondale Angus, Goad Family Angus, Grand Tran Farms, Loron Red Angus, Lorenz Angus, Peterson Livestock, Ranch Covey Hill, Terron Farms, and Toa Cattle Company. Thank you to those Breeders' Challenge sponsors. Comments on this second split of 2-year-olds, Judge Noble.
Three really good pairs, and it's kind of unfortunate that the three of these all get to be in a class together, because that means there needs to be a second and a third, when I think all three of these pairs really are quite good and could hold quite a bit of competition. I really like the calf on our class winning pair. I mean, this guy's is one stout, cool dude. He's really opened up, big hipped, powerful. Young man still gets his head up. That guy gives you a really, really nice look. And then you look at Mama behind him, and you understand where he gets his power from. She's big-bodied, she's muscular, big-footed kind of a female. I think her rudder is good enough. We could maybe level her teats out a little bit. Obviously, she has a little bit of navel underneath her, but I think that's a powerful cow with a really, really nice kind of a calf standing in front of her. Similar could be said for the pair in second. Really big and long extended bull calf on this cow. I like his extra frame. I like his added length. Sound structured kind of a bull. Another one that I really quite like. And the cow is very similar. Super long spined, good looking kind of a female. When she's wanting to fight the halter, you question how well she kind of gathers her spine as we ask her to move. Today we're probably not getting an honest view of a cow who's just learning about the show ring. She's maybe not as soft as the female that's going to win the class, but still that's a really nice pair. Solid kind of a female that's going to round out the class. I like her body shape. She's opened up, she's powerful, really good uddered kind of a female. I want to just change the way she handles her hind leg. I think she has a little bit of extra set, but I like her body and I like her mass. Similar could be said for the calf in front of her. Big-bodied, easy-doing kind of a female. Maybe just gets a little bit plainer in her overall look, but those are three really nice pairs.
First place in this split of 2-year-olds, 205, Paisley Robertson with Brooking Rose, 30-30. Second in class, 103 for Colt Jacobs, DMM Blackbird, 24L. Third in class, 165 for Casey Adams, MWC Rosebud, 17L. That will bring us to our champion 2-year-old female class in this own division. We will keep the 2 in, and we'll bring back the top 2 from our first split. From that first split, first place was 115, the entry for Nevada Murray, DMM Christina, 65L. Second in that split was 144 for Lexi Dietrich, OAV classified. From the last class, first place there was 205, the entry for Paisley Robertson, Brooking Rose, 30-30. Second in class was 103, the entry for Colt Jacobs, DMM Blackbird, 24L. This is your champion 2-year-old female in our own division. Comments on this 2-year-old championship, Judge Toby Noble.
Well, really only 2 classes, but really a deep cow-calf division in our show here, and 4 pairs out here that I think really are quite good. To me, I quite like both of our class winners. I think they're a little bit different, and it's very close to what sorts them. At this stage of the game, I'm probably going to put more emphasis on the cow. These calves are both really nice at this stage, but we got lots to go yet before we get into the fall season, before we get into the spring season for the guy standing right here. With that being said, I probably prefer the cow from our first class. They'll be our champion. Cow from our second class will be our reserve.
So the grand champion 2-year-old, Nevada Murray with DMM Christina 65L. Your reserve champion 2-year-old is 205, the entry for Paisley Robertson, Brooking Rose 3030, the reserve 2-year-old female. We'll see them back in the champion drive, but next up we have a class of mature females in this own division. We welcome in the mature female class in this own division. 2 entries. 139 is Kylie Wilms' entry, Red Wilbar Bayberry 31K. 160 is the entry for Logan Brook, Red Shiloh Dinah 78K. Our 2 mature females in the own division. Comments on these mature pairs?
2 really nice females and similar kind of cows. I probably think the quality in the calves are maybe just a little bit different at this stage of the game. In saying that, our class winning cow I think is really, really nice. Almost about as ideal, I think, as you could make a red Angus at this point. She's awesome uddered. She's big bodied. She gives you a nice look. She's sound structured with a big sound foot at the ground and doing a nice job on a heifer calf that has some length, has some power. Just a really solid pair to start us off. Nice pair that stands in second. Cow's long-bodied, lots of rib and dimension, really functional kind of a female, and a big growthy bull calf standing in front of her. He's maybe just not as soft and opened up as masculine, but that's still a young calf that definitely can still mature and change a lot here coming up.
The champion mature pair, entry 139 for Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Bayberry 31K. Reserve champion mature pair, entry 160 for Logan Brook, Red Shiloh Dinah 78K. That brings us now to our own division, Grand Champion Female Drive. These awards sponsored by Southland Angus of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. From our heifer calf division, the champion heifer calf was 165. The entry for Casey Adams, Teron Rosebud 2N. The reserve champion heifer calf comes to us 173 from Carson Van Sickle, Red River Rock Shawnee 19N. In the yearling division, our champion yearling heifer was entry 165 for Casey Adams, Teron Jaybird 64M. Reserve champion yearling heifer, the entry from Riley Borison 215. The entry is Rust Beauty 4422. From the 2-year-old division, our champion there was 115 for Nevada Murray, DMM Christina 65L. The reserve champion 2-year-old pair was entry 205 for Paisley Robertson, Brooking Rose 3030. And from the mature division, our champion mature pair comes to us from Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbur Bayberry 31K. The reserve champion mature pair, entry 160 for Logan Brook, Red Shiloh Dinah 78K. The grand champion female drive in our own division. Once again, award sponsored by Southland Angus. Comments on this champion drive, Judge Toby Noble.
An awesome set of cattle out here. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. It's been really fun, and the first division that we went through, there was a lot of good cattle, and I figured they would just keep coming, but I do think we probably turned it up a notch a little bit in terms of the consistent quality that we've seen, whether it was through those heifer calves or the yearlings, or I don't know how many really nice cow-calf pairs we've had through this ring, and there's several of them back in the barn right now that are really, really nice and could still go out and do quite a bit of damage this fall. So I think these cattle are awesome. It's getting pretty nitpicky, obviously. Unfortunately, today, I guess you guys just kind of got to listen to my opinion. Whether you agree with it or not, that's totally fine with me. In saying that, I'm going to take one last look and go out and get you a couple champions. But what an awesome set of cattle.
Grand champion female in the own division, the yearling heifer entry from Casey Adams, Teron Jaybird 64M, your grand champion, owned female. Reserve Grand Champion owned female, the other yearling heifer, entry 215 from Riley Borison, Rust Beauty 4422. So your two yearling heifers go champion and reserve in the owned division. Angus Juniors. Over to my left at the side of the show ring, there are some ladies at the table there with some ice cream. And first come, first serve for our juniors. If you would like some ice cream, right over here to my left at the side of the show ring. Juniors, take part in some ice cream. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We now move into the bred and owned division. And we start off once again with our heifer calves, 4 entries in this class. 146 is Hiller Gartner with Red Diamond T Lakota, 25,144. 156 is the entry for Daniel Pearson, Hillcrest Pride, 504. 154 is an entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Bardess, 1N. And entry 191 is Abby Tomlin with Quill Acre Pride, 4N. The bred and owned heifer calves. Comments now on the bred and owned heifer calves. Judge Noble.
Well, first off, I think this Bred and Owned show is pretty cool to have these kids breed and exhibit these calves and all these calves' moms and so on and so forth. And I hope they're in the back, you know, helping making breeding decisions and whatnot, because I think this division is pretty cool, and I give all these kids lots of credit. In saying that, I think there's two really nice heifers up front, very, very different in their type and kind. Obviously, the most amount of power, rib, body, and mass is found in our class winner. She's pretty overwhelming in that regard. With that, I still think she handles it pretty good. She's good enough looking up front. To me, she's still sound enough off both ends. Just a powerhouse that's an easy winner in this class at this stage of the game. There's a lot of really cool pieces in our second place female, and I wouldn't be shocked if this time next year the heifer in second is being awfully competitive. She's super youthful and immature yet still in her look up front. I like her head, I like her neck, I like her smoothness. From there, I think she's sound structured, big-footed at the ground. A heifer that still has enough body and muscle at this stage of the game. Obviously, she's just not as overwhelming as our class winner, but I think that one has a lot of unique pieces. She's only going to get more fun as the next fall and summer go on. Young man's doing an awesome job with a red heifer here, and a moderate framed one that has an awesome look up front, really feminine, really maternal. No question, this will be a fun show heifer for this young man over the next year. She's just a little bit harder in her body type, not as soft and not as big and powerful as some, but that look right there, I think that one's only going to get better as well. Nice job. Black heifer that comes next, long-bodied, sound-structured, good kind of a female. She's just a little bit plainer in her overall look. She kind of wants to flatten there out of her quarter and flatten towards the ground, but I still like that one in terms of her length and in terms of her rib shape.
So in our bred and owned heifer calves, the champion bred and owned heifer calf goes to 154, Luke Henderson with LLB Bardess, 1N. Reserve champion bred and owned heifer calf, exhibited by Abby Tomlin with Quill Acre Pride, 4N. Third in class was 146 for Hiller Gardner. Fourth was Daniel Pearson. Moving now to our bred and owned yearling females. 3 entries in this class. Entry 142 is Tate Poole with Pool Boys Karuba Pearl, 672M. 179 is the entry for Tavian Yoder, Cinder Rosette, 617M. And 181 is the entry for Winton Brandel, Red BCC Renee, 435. The bred and owned yearling heifers. Comments now on these bred and owned yearling heifers. Judge Toby Noble.
Nice trio of females here, and I think an interesting top pair, two cattle that are quite a bit different. I really like the softness and the smoothness and the well-balanced look. I think in the black heifer to win, directly compared to the red heifer, I think she lays in smoother in her tail head. I think she's leveler and smoother about her spine when we ask her to go, and I think she's just a nickel softer as we study her in her lower body shape. To me, this one, like I said, just from the side, she gives you an awesome look. Looks like this one's going to be maternal with lots of cow power. I like her to win the class. Probably more genuine muscle and genuine width is found in the red heifer in second. She offers more in terms of pin width. She carries more muscle down into her lower third and into her stifle. Every so often when this heifer's on the go, she just wants to snap in her pastern a little bit. Again, she just works up in her tail head ever so slightly, but I like her advantages in terms of overall dimension and muscle pattern. Young man's doing a really nice job with a bred and owned heifer standing down here in third. She's long-bodied, she's sound structured. I appreciate this one for how genuine she is in her condition. Unfortunately today, she just needs more in terms of softness and power. Nonetheless, he's doing a really nice job with his bred and owned project.
Thank you, Toby. And so the champion yearling bred and owned female goes to Tavian Yoder with Cinder Rosette 617M. Your reserve champion bred and owned yearling heifer, exhibited by Winton Brandel, Red BCC Renee 435. And third in class was Tate Poole with Poole Boys Karuba Pearl 672M. Moving now into the bred and owned mature female class. No 2-year-olds in this division, so the mature female class, 2 entries. 159 from Luke Brooke Annie K, 2K. 125 is the entry from Shelby Scott Lena, 202H. Your mature females in the bred and owned division. Following this class, we will move into the bred and owned Grand Champion Drive. So be ready with those heifer calves and yearlings to return for the bred and owned Champion Drive following this class. Comments on this mature female class?
2 nice mature pairs in this class, both doing really nice jobs on big, powerful, impressive bull calves. I probably just prefer the udder design and the foot size and shape in our class winner in comparison to the cow in second. I like her teat spread, I like her teat size. On top of that, she's probably carrying just a little bit of extra flesh. It appears to me there's a little bit more in terms of rib. She's a little bit softer in the shape to her lower body. Just a really solid pair. awesome bull calf standing here on our second place pair, and he's big and stout and early maturing and a rugged made dude. I like that calf quite a bit. And the cow, you can tell, is putting a lot of work into that calf. He's growing well. Obviously, she's not carrying any extra condition, and that's fine. More critically, I just like to shorten up her front teats, maybe shorten up her back foot a little bit. But again, those are two really nice pairs.
So the champion mature female in the bred and owned division is 125 for Shelby Scott. Shelby Scott Lena 202H. The reserve champion mature female for Luke Brook. Brooke Annie K 2K, and we'll see them back in the champion drive. Yeah. And we welcome in that champion drive our champion heifer calf, entry 154 for Luke Henderson, LLB Bardess 1N. The reserve champion heifer calf, entry 191 for Abby Tomlin, Quill Acre Pride 4N. From the yearling division, our champion yearling heifer, entry 179 for Tavian Yoder, Cinder Rosette 617M. The reserve champion yearling heifer, entry 181 for Winton Brandel, Red BCC Renee 435. And from the mature division, our champion mature female, entry 125 for Shelby Scott Lena 202H. The reserve champion mature pair, entry 159 for Luke Brooke Annie K 2K. This is your bred and owned Grand Champion Female Drive. This division sponsored by Bolton Angus of Lansdowne, Ontario. Now, ladies and gentlemen, comments on this bred and owned champion drive. Judge Toby Noble.
Another awesome lineup of cattle. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I talked earlier, I think this bred and owned deal is pretty cool, and I think it just keeps the youth involvement throughout all of our programs at an all-time high, and that's something that my brother and I never really capitalized on when we were showing is the bred and owned thing, and I do think it's pretty cool, and the hoops that you got to go through and make sure the cattle are in the exhibitor's name. I know it's a little bit of extra pain at the end of the day, but I do think it's worth it to get out here and show off the projects that you've had a lot of say in creating and getting to this point. So once again, my hat's off to these exhibitors. I'll go out and pick you a couple champions.
Grand champion, bred and owned female, the yearling heifer entry from Tavian Yoder, Cinder Rosette 617M is your bred and owned grand champion female. And your reserve grand champion, bred and owned female, the other yearling heifer from Winton Brandel, Red BCC Renee 435. So your two yearling heifers go grand and reserve in the bred and owned division. We'll picture those champions now. Once again, the sponsor for the Grand and Reserve Bred and Owned, sponsored by Bolton Angus. Thank you to them. We'll get some pictures of them, and then we'll move into our bull classes next, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, juniors, a reminder, Innovation Media has been capturing all your special moments at Showdown 2025. You can find your photos at innovationmedia.ca. Angus juniors, if you need any last-minute supplies, Pet Pad, who is a great sponsor and been here all of the show, they are packing up the trailer and will be heading out here shortly. So if you need any last-minute supplies, please go to the Pet Pad trailer outside and make your purchases, because they are about to pack up and head out. So thank you to Pet Pad. We welcome you back to the show, and we move into the bull division, the bull calves, and we have two splits. So the first split of bull calves here, 169 is an entry from Regan Fry. Fryburn Sandman, 140N. 143 is an entry from Dylan Poole. Poole Boys Riptide, 11N. 125 is the entry from Shelby Scott. Shelby's Panorama, 117N. 171 is the entry for Dylan Fry. Fryburn Blackout, 1N. 160 is Logan Brook with Red Brook Gnarly, 7N. The first split of two splits of bull calves. He's going to stay there. Comments on this first split of bull calves, Judge Toby Noble.
Good class of bull calves, and obviously they're pretty young yet, new to this thing, and can make it a little bit challenging. But I think, to me, there's probably two bull calves out here that are pretty overwhelming in terms of power, in terms of growth, and in terms of overall muscle. I think of the two, the better balanced, better looking one is going to be the young man's class winner. I prefer him up front over our bull in second, as we study him through his head, through his crest, and back into his center portion of his body. I just think this guy's just a little bit more appealing in that regard. He offers a little bit more in terms of rib shape. I like his angle. I like his big, powerful foot at the ground. He's flexible. Nice kind of a calf to win. Bull that comes in second, again, he kind of exemplifies that same kind of power. He's big, he's rugged, easy doing, muscular kind of dude. Just a little bit plainer in his overall look in comparison to our class winner. Maybe a little bit frailer when we take him to the ground. But I think those are the two kind of big power bulls within this class. Bull that stands in third, one that gives you a really nice look from the side. He's attractive, yet he's still early maturing. He looks like a bull. I like his rib shape. I like his power. To me, he's just a little bit moderate at this stage of the game. Has a little bit extra set to his rear leg. Not the same kind of power as the two ahead of him, but a nice kind of a calf. Young man's Red Bull that comes next, kind of similar in terms of having a big, powerful hip, one that still has enough muscle. This one, to me, is still a little immature in his look, just not quite as masculine as we study him through his head, neck, and crest. Young man's going to round out the class with a long-bodied, sound-structured, really hairy kind of a calf. another one that just needs more time to mature and develop into a power bull.
Thank you, Toby. And so in this first split of bull calves, first place goes to 171, Dylan Fry with Fryburn Blackout, 1 in. Second in class, 125, Shelby Scott with Shelby's Panorama, 117 in. Third in class was Regan Fry's entry. Fourth was 160, Logan Brook. And fifth in class, 143, Dylan Poole. We move now to the second split of bull calves. First in will be 132, the entry from Ty Youngman, AJA Maximus, 537N. 205 is the entry from Paisley Robertson, Riverfront 4 Mile, 508N. 154 is the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Prolific, 126N. 103 and 183 are scratches in your program. 159 is the entry from Luke Brook, Brook Nova, 1N. Comments now on the second split of bull calves. Judge Noble.
Another good class of bulls, and it's pretty hard to get over the overwhelming mass and power in our class winner. I mean, this dude is early, mature, and rugged. With that, he's still big. He has extra in terms of frame and length and power. To me, he's a power bull through and through. Really impressive at this stage of the game. I still think this guy's good structured, just a really rock-solid class winner in this class. There's lots of cool pieces to our second-place bull, and right away when he come in, I thought, perfect. I like this guy to win the class. He's so up-headed and attractive, yet he still looks like a bull. He's starting to get a crest. He's really big-pinned and overwhelming in terms of the spread that he has from behind and through his center body. In comparison, he has a little bit more sheath, maybe just not quite as soft as our class winner. But again, that's a pretty interesting dude with a lot of unique pieces. I guess his best days are yet to come. Bull that comes next, kind of similar in terms of being the big-bodied, muscled-up, productive kind of a calf, one that's still good and early in terms of his testicle development. In comparison to our second-place bull, he's probably just a shot plainer. He doesn't have those extra pieces of look and balance as our second-place bull, but I still like his power and his muscle shape. I like the growth in our bull that's going to round out the class. Really long-bodied, a bull that still has some muscle, not as soft as some of the other cattle in the class, not the same kind of foot and bone at the ground, but I like his muscle, I like his length, and I like his growth.
So in that second split of bull calves, first place in class goes to Luke Henderson with LLB Prolific 126N. Second in class goes to Paisley Robertson with Riverfront 4 Mile 508N. We'll see them return to this next class as we move now to the champion bull calf class. And we bring back the top two from each of the two splits. So we welcome back the top two from each of the two splits. From split one, first place there was entry 171, Dylan Fry with Fryburn Blackout 1N. Second in that split was 125 for Shelby Scott, Shelby's Panorama 117N. From split two, first place was 154, the entry for Luke Henderson, LLB Prolific 126N. Second in that split was 205, the entry for Paisley Robertson, Riverfront 4 Mile 508N. The champion bull calf class. Comments on the champion bull calf class, Judge Toby Noble.
Just 4 calves out here, but really impressive set. It's not easy to get these calves to town in the middle of July. I mean, most of their companions are still out on grass and still sucking their mothers. So there's a lot of work and a lot that goes into getting these bull calves to town, and it's never really easy. So I commend these exhibitors for that. In saying that, I think these bull calves are really quite nice. I kind of like the power and I like the maturity in those 2 calves out of our last class. They'll be your champion and your reserve.
So the grand champion bull calf, ladies and gentlemen, is Luke Henderson's entry, LLB Prolific 126N. The reserve champion bull calf from that same class will go to Paisley Robertson with Riverfront 4 Mile 508N. We now welcome to the ring our yearling bull class. 2 entries in this class. 182 is the entry for Landon Brandel, DCC Perception 496. Do we have another entry or is it a scratch? I guess 177 is a scratch. Marshall's is 177 yearling bull a scratch? Yes. Okay, so I could judge this one. Single entry, 182 for Landon Brandel with DCC Perception 496. Comments on this yearling class, Judge Noble.
Really a nice single entry out here in our yearling bull calf class, and pretty stout, impressive dude. I mean, he's opened up, he's big hipped, he's powerful. This guy on the go is really, really sound and flexible. My view from him right here, he's square on all fours, he's opened up, he's powerful. I like him through his head and his crest. Just a really impressive bull that definitely could have stood some competition.
Champion yearling bull, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Landon Brando with BCC Perception 496, and we'll see him return in our champion bull drive after this next class. A 2-year-old bull class, a single entry in this class, 166 for Joran Fry. Redu Executive 12L, your 2-year-old bull class. Comments on this 2-year-old bull class, Judge Toby Noble.
I think a lot of the same could be said for this mature bull. Really impressive. I love this guy on the go. He flexes in motors. Really, really good, and I think that's something that gets pretty challenging when we start showing these big bulls. They get so powerful and so massive with some extra feet. It's hard to keep them mobile and flexible, and this guy really is. Again, this is a pretty good look on him right here. He's up-headed, he's opened up, he's attractive, but still has the right kind of muscle. He's probably not the biggest in terms of his frame size, but I think he's plenty big enough for me. Really nice kind of a bull.
The champion 2-year-old bull, exhibited by Jordan Fry, Redu Executive 12L, and he will be moving right into the next class, our Grand Champion Bull Drive. And the Grand Champion Bull class sponsored by Mac Angus of Havelock, Quebec. So we bring in our champion bull calves. Our Grand Champion bull calf was entry 154 for Luke Henderson, LLB Prolific 126N. The Reserve Champion bull calf was entry 205 for Paisley Robertson, Riverfront 4 Mile 508N. From the yearling division, our champion yearling bull exhibited by Landon Brandel, BCC Perception 496. And from the 2-year-old division, our champion 2-year-old exhibited by Jordan Fry, Redu Executive 12L. This is the Grand Champion and Reserve Grand Champion Bull Drive. Award sponsored by Mac Angus. Comments on this champion bull drive, Judge Noble.
4 nice bulls out in this class, and a little bit challenging to me, honestly. I think both these big bulls are pretty good, and just finally having the chance to kind of compare them side by side now. I do think they're really, really close. Taking nothing away from those calves down there, we are going to go ahead with both of the older bulls in this exact division. I just want to talk about them quickly because I think they're a little bit different. I quite like the yearling just in terms of his look. Study him through his head and his crest, and from there how he blends back. I think he's maybe just a little bit better than our mature bull. I think he's a little bit better in the way he attaches his neck to the top side of his shoulder. I probably prefer the shape of his crest just a little bit more over our mature bull. I think he reads just a little bit longer and leveler out of his hip, probably offers a little bit more in terms of pin width. And then our mature bull's maybe just a nickel softer as we study him in his lower body and the way he blends from his forerib into his flank. Both good-footed, sound structured kind of a bulls. I'll go ahead and pick you a favorite. Let's give him a quick round of applause.
Grand Champion Bull, the yearling bull, exhibited by Landon Brandel, BCC Perceptions, 496 is your champion bull. Your reserve Grand Champion Bull is the 2-year-old exhibited by Joran Fry. Redu Executive 12L goes reserve. We'll grab some pictures of those bull champions, and then we will next be moving into the commercial cattle. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the commercial division, part of our show, and we start off once again with our heifer calves. 4 entries in this class. 128, the entry from Reese Wildman, TOPH. 179 is an entry for Tavian Yoder, Red Cinder Bayberry, 038N. 180 is an entry for Bryn Yoder, Red Cinder Bayberry, 38N. 148, the entry for Faith Collins, Diamond T Miss, 2506. Your commercial heifer calf class. Comments on our commercial heifer calves. Judge Noble.
4 really nice females here in this class, and quality all the way through. Even the heifer here in 4th probably has as many class advantages as any of the cattle. But to me, I like the black heifer to win. When you just study them in terms of genuine shape and genuine mass and width, I think this heifer kind of sets the class standard. At the ground, she's more pulled apart at her base than 2 and 3. From behind, I think she's bolder in her pin set, and she reads down her spine with more topside muscle and expression. With that, she's still really unique and youthful from her shoulders forward, maybe not as soft in her lower body as 2 and 3, but I like that one's look, I like her muscle. Young lady does a nice job of getting her shown. Heifer that comes next right away when she come in, I quite like her. She has the advantage in terms of foot and bone at the ground, really flexible when we ask her to go. That one right there just reads super high in terms of her neck attachment. When we get behind her, I just like to see her a little bit more massive right behind her shoulder. She just wants to flatten up high for me ever so slightly. But I like her structure, I like her look, and I like her rib shape. Similar could be said for the heifer in 3rd, and if I had to guess, they almost look like sisters to me. She's a very similar kind. Super soft, I like this one's structure. She has the extra foot and leg. That one I want to fix right behind her shoulder. She wants to lower and pinch right there. Again, I'd like to see her have just a little bit more topside shape and expression. Heifer in fourth from the side. This one balances up really good. I like her look. I like her softness. To me, she's still good enough structure. When we ask her to go, she just gets a little bit weird in the way she handles her spine, wants to fall off behind her shoulder, and then work up in the middle part of her back. But those are good 4 really nice commercial heifers.
So in our commercial heifer calf class, first place goes to 148 Faith Collins with Diamond T Miss 2506. Second in class was entry 180 for Bryn Yoder, Red Cinder Bayberry 38N. Third in class was Tavian Yoder. Fourth in class, entry 128, Reese Wildman. We now welcome in our commercial yearling heifers. 208 is an entry for Joni Page, Riptide 300M. 206 is the entry from Dryden Robertson, Riverfront Birdie 59M. Entry 102 is Reed Howell with Fairland Essence 10M. 134 is the entry for Sawyer Pole, Heifer 421M. 216, an entry for Sienna Borison, CD Linda 4200. 143 is an entry for Dylan Poole, Lollipop. Your commercial yearling heifers. Comments on the commercial yearling heifers. Judge Toby Noble.
Another good class of heifers, and to me, there's a clear-cut winner. I mean, you put a Simmental kid in a ring of Angus cattle and you bring out a Blaze Face one, it's going to be hard not to notice her, but I do think that heifer is really, really nice. She's up-headed, she's attractive, but she's so big and soft through the center portion of her body. This is a big heifer, too, with extra punch, extra muscle. To have that kind of body shape and look, handle it with a good structure, there's our class winner pretty easily for me. Young man does a really nice job on a heifer standing in second. I like this one at the ground. She's got extra foot size, extra bone. To me, this one's still long and level. When we study her from the side, I like her muscle. Still gives you a good enough look. Is she as soft and maternal in her body shape as our class winner? Probably not, but I like that one for her advantages at the ground, her advantages in terms of muscle. Again, young man does a really nice job. Heifer that comes in third, overwhelming in terms of lower body. Really bold and soft in her rib shape. To me, this one just strikes me as really, really easy doing, moderate in her type and kind. Unfortunately, today, I do think she has just a shot more on her than what I would deem to be ideal. But I'd like to make her foot just a little bit bigger at the ground and maybe just see her drive with a little bit more comfort off of both ends. But again, there's no denying her body shape and her easy doing flesh and kind. Heifer that comes next, a little bit different, offers more in terms of growth and in terms of length. I like this one's silhouette. From the side, she maybe just strikes me as a little bit harder. I just want to soften her up a little bit, see her have a little bit more sweep to her lower portion of her body. If we do that, no question, she's going to make her way up. Heifer that comes next has enough muscle, has enough rib shape. Young lady does a really nice job of getting her shown. This one maybe just isn't quite as good into her neck attachment, wants to round out of her hip ever so slightly. Young man's going to round out the class with one that offers extras in terms of growth and in terms of length, doing a really nice job. Let's just soften that heifer up and see her a little bit more in terms of condition.
Thank you, Toby. So your champion yearling commercial heifer goes to Sienna Borison with CD Linda, 4,200. Reserve champion commercial yearling, the entry for Dryden Robertson, Riverfront Birdie, 59M. Third in class was 102, Reed Howell. Fourth, entry 134, Sawyer Pole. Fifth in class was 208, Joni Page. Sixth in class was 143, Dylan Poole. We move now to the 2-year-old commercial female class. First in is entry 102, Fairland Barbie, 36L. Error in the program. The birth date on that cow is actually April the 9th, not January 9th, so she's been moved up to first in. And our second commercial 2-year-old pair, entry 129 for Peyton Hagel, PJH Miss Mocha, 42L. Your commercial 2-year-old female class. Some comments on the commercial 2-year-old pairs, Judge Noble.
Two really nice pairs here and a couple cows that offer a little bit of give and take. To me, the class winner is going to be the better udder option of the two, in my opinion. I prefer this cow and the length of her front teats. I prefer her udder suspension. I think she's just a little bit tidier in that regard. In saying that, here's still a really nice cow that's genuine in her condition. She doesn't have any extra on her. She's long, she's athletic, she's attractive. She still has enough in terms of power and muscle. We could maybe drop her tail head and her grow bone just a little bit, but that's a moderate frame, nice bodied, good uddered cow, doing a nice job on a calf that has a lot of look, a lot of muscle, and a lot of power. He's maybe not as soft and rugged as the calf in second place. Nonetheless, I still think that's a really nice pair that offers some extra look, extra balance. To me, the best part of the pair in second is the bull calf. It's this look right here that's pretty captivating. He's overwhelming in terms of muscle and body. I love his maturity. He looks like a bull. He's stout. He's opened up. He's got a little bit of extra hair. I think it helps him balance up really, really nice. I like that calf quite a bit. I do like the cow as well. I like her body shape. Like we talked before, I would want to just modify her udder ever so slightly. This cow gets a little bit wastier as we study her through her chest floor and her forerib. Nonetheless, that's still a nice pair. Two really nice females.
The champion commercial 2-year-old pair, entry 129 for Peyton Hagel, PJH Miss Mocha 42L. Your reserve champion 2-year-old female, the entry for Reed Howell, Fairland Barbie 36L. We move now to the commercial mature female class. One entry in this class, the entry 195 from Trig Peterson and his cow Carissa, your mature commercial female. Comments on this mature commercial pair class, Judge Noble.
Young man's brought us out a really, really solid mature pair. A good uddered, soft bodied, easy doing kind of a cow. Really just an honest, functional kind of a female. May not blow you away with any of the extras. Like I said, good uddered, good footed, really functional female. Really with a nice calf at front. I think the calf is maybe the highlight of this pair for me. I like her growth, I like her look, I like her added body and dimension. Just a really solid pair for this young man.
Your champion mature commercial female pair exhibited by Trig Peterson, his cow Carissa. They'll move into the next class, our champion commercial drive. This division sponsored by Chapman Cattle Company of Stettler, Alberta here. So first in, we bring in our champion commercial heifer calf. The entry for Faith Collins, Diamond T Miss 2506. The reserve champion commercial heifer calf exhibited by Bryn Yoder, Red Cinder Bayberry 38N. From the yearling heifer division, our champion there was 216, exhibited by Sienna Borison, CD Linda 4200. The reserve champion yearling exhibited by Dryden Robertson, Riverfront Birdie 59M. In the 2-year-old division, our champion there was exhibited by Peyton Hagel, PJH Miss Mocha 42L, and the reserve champion 2-year-old exhibited by Reed Howell, Fairland Barbie 36L. And from the mature division, our champion mature pair exhibited by Trig Peterson, his cow Carissa. The champion commercial female drive award sponsored once again by Chapman Cattle Company. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll ask for some comments on this commercial championship drive. Judge Toby Noble.
Really nice commercial drive. Let's give these exhibitors a quick round of applause. What I think is kind of unique about the Angus breed is you have so many options. If you do want to crossbreed these cattle, you can take them to so many different breeds and take them down so many different avenues and have a really nice cross just one generation away, whether that's taking them to a Simmental or a Hereford to make some F1 white-faced females, or if you take them to more of a terminal cross and sire those heavyweight calves. So I think this division is pretty cool. I think these cattle are really good. This division offers, another chance for some of these kids to get into some different divisions and get into some different competition and still exhibit some really high-quality cattle. So with that being said, I'll go out and select you a couple champions.
The champion commercial female, the yearling heifer entry from Sienna Borison, C.D. Linda, 4,200. And the reserve grand champion commercial female comes from our 2-year-old division, entry 129 for Peyton Hagel, PJH Miss Mocha, 42L is your reserve champion 2-year-old female. Thank you to the award sponsor once again there, Chapman Cattle Company. Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. After our picture break, we now move into the commercial division steer class, born in 2025. Single entry from Peyton Hagel. PJH Gambler 399N is our commercial steer calf. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have comments on our steer calf class. Judge Noble.
Young lady brings us a really neat calf here. A good looking fella, lots of rib, lots of muscle, big pinned, big ended. I think no matter whether the show is early or late next year, I think this guy could be a lot of fun. He has a lot of really neat pieces.
The champion commercial steer calf exhibited by Peyton Hagel, PJH Gambler 399N. Next up, we move in and welcome to the ring the commercial division steers born in 2024. 215 is an entry from Riley Borison and his steer Elvis. 123 is the entry from Will Bradford, his steer Joey. The steer class born in 2024 steers. We'll now have some comments on the steer class. Judge Toby Noble.
Two pretty nice fat steers out here, and a couple steers that do kind of balance up nice. They're sound structured. To me, I think there's just a lot more look and presence in our class winner. He's softer as we study him through his forerib and in through his flank. I think this guy's pretty good. He's big-ended to the touch. He's really fresh and square over his loin. Handles really well. Really a solid kind of a steer to win. Lots of power and muscle in the steer in second. Really big-ended from pin to pin, loin to loin. This guy's really wide and expressive. Gets a little bit rounder out of his hip. I think it kind of comes with this kind. A little bit plainer as we study him through his head, through his shoulder, and through his chest floor. But again, those are two really solid steers.
First place in this class goes to Riley Borison with his steer Elvis. And second in class to Will Bradford with Joey. And these two steers will now move into the champion steer drive. We'll hold them in the ring and we'll bring back our champion steer calf. Entry 129 from Peyton Hagel, PJH Gambler 399N. And he will compete head-to-head against the mature steers. The entry 215 from Riley Borison, Elvis. And 123, the entry from Will Bradford, Joey. This is our champion steer drive. The awards for this division sponsored by Right Cross Ranch of Kisby, Saskatchewan. So thank you to our sponsor of this division, Right Cross Ranch. Comments on this steer champion drive, Judge Toby Noble.
Nice trio of steers, and young lady up front with the calf is doing a really nice job. I think that calf has a really bright future, no question. You've done a really good job to get him presented and get him to this point. I think going down the road, he's only going to get better. I'm going to use the two bigger steers as our champion and reserve. Nonetheless, young lady, you did a really nice job.
Grand champion steer from Riley Borison, Elvis, and the reserve champion steer goes to Will Bradford with Joey. Thanks again to Right Cross Ranch of Kisby, Saskatchewan for sponsoring those awards. Next up on our program, ladies and gentlemen, you'll see that we have the special Canadian bred class, so all of the cattle that have a straight Canadian pedigree can qualify for this class. And the Special Canadian Class Bred Champion Award is sponsored by Shiloh Cattle Company of Craigmile, Alberta. Thank you to Shiloh Cattle Company for sponsoring this award. Following that, we do have one more class in our day, the Red Angus class. So animals that have placed high throughout the show will go into the Special Red Angus class. They will determine there a National Junior Red Angus Champion and Reserve Champion, and the awards there are sponsored by the Canadian Red Angus Promotion Society. So that class will follow our Special Canadian class. And then on your programs, you will notice it's noted the Heifers of Distinction Jackpot that we started our day with. I had said at the time that we had to tabulate results for the EPE judges compared to the confirmation judge, Mike Zoller, and how he had sorted those heifers. Those awards will actually be announced at the banquet, after the banquet, during the other awards. We will announce the winners of the Heifers of Distinction Jackpot. Ladies and gentlemen, juniors, welcome back. We now welcome to the ring the Special Canadian Bred class. 174 is an entry from Sidney Van Sickle, Red River Rock Jupiter 4160M. 128 in your program is a scratch. 179 is the entry from Tavian Yoder, Cinder Rosette 617M. 145 is the entry from Callan Gartner, Red Diamond T Countess 2447. 144 is an entry from Lexi Dietrich, Red Redrich First Lady 87M. 173 is the entry from Carson Van Sickle, Red River Rock Marigold 484M. Another entry, 144 from Lexi Dietrich, Red Redrich Firefly 141M. 181 is the entry from Winton Brandel, Red BCC Renee 435. Your Special Canadian Bred Award class. Once again, this award for this class sponsored by Shiloh Cattle Company of Craigmile, Alberta. Thank you to Shiloh Cattle Company for sponsoring this class. I think Kobe has talked all these cattle already today, and so are we selecting a champion and reserve or just champion? Just champion. Toby will select his grand champion. Grand champion of this class is entry 179 for Tavian Yoder, Cinder Rosette 417M, your Special Canadian Bred Champion. Award sponsored by Shiloh Cattle Company. How about a round of applause for all these Canadian bred cattle? We now welcome to the ring the Red Angus class, top placing Red Angus animals from each division. This class sponsored by the Canadian Red Angus Promotion Society. First in, Kylie Wilms with her yearling heifer, Red Wilbar Sioux 832M. Followed in by Grace Dudgeon with Red Wilbar Dorita 838M. Followed by Sawyer Pole, entry 134 with Red Aram Eberly, 29M. And 179 is Tavian Yoder with Red Cinder Freya, 229M. 177, Maria Tazchuk with Red Allison Lacama, 146M. The 2-year-old pair, or owned by Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Bayberry, 31K. And the yearling heifer exhibited by Winton Brandel, Red BCC Renee, 435. Your special Red Angus class, sponsored by the Canadian Red Angus Promotion Society. In reserve? We're looking for a champion in reserve here, and Toby will select our grand champion Red Angus female, the 2-year-old pair from Kylie Wilms, Red Wilbar Bayberry, 31K, your champion in this Red Angus class. And the reserve grand champion goes to Kylie Wilms as well with her yearling heifer, Red Wilbar Sioux, 832M is your reserve. And as I had said, ladies and gentlemen, juniors, the results of the Heifers of Distinction Jackpot will be announced after the banquet at the awards. So that concludes our 2025 25th Annual Canadian Junior Angus Showdown. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for attending the show. Thank you for those online. And let's have one more round of applause for our adjudicator of the day, Mr. Toby Noble.